Thank you. As this is the TIP subcommittee meeting, I will be acting as chair today. So we'll go through some formalities after we get through the call to order and introductions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. If I could get a name of the representative for the jurisdiction that I call out. ADOT Multimodal Planning South Central District.
Kaufman.
City of South Tucson. City of Tucson.
Robin Ray.
Pasco Yaqui Tribe.
Jason Bahi.
Pima County.
Catherine Skinner.
Tohono O'odham Nation.
Here, Patricia Pablo.
Town of Marana.
Jennifer Flood.
Town of Oro Valley.
Jose Rodriguez.
Town of Sahuarita. And we have a couple of ex officio members, non-voting, Tohono O'odham Nation San Javier District. Tucson Airport Authority. And University of Arizona.
Mark Novak.
Great, thank you. We have a quorum this morning, everyone. Item 2 on the agenda is in-kind reporting. In-kind reporting is regional planning efforts are enhanced by recording times donated by attendees, volunteers, and participants. PAG collects data on the time dedicated to meetings, activities, to apply towards the use of matching funds for grants and federal dollars. If you're paid with federal dollars, please let us know now. Thank you. Time spent in preparation for this meeting will be estimated by PAG staff who are knowledgeable of the agenda and meeting materials. At the conclusion of this meeting, a session report will automatically count your time spent on this meeting. Time spent working on PAG RTA initiatives, programs, and special projects also may be eligible for consideration for matching funds. As we're in a working session today, I'll be passing around the in-kind sheet for everyone to fill out. Start with to my right, James. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item, we have a quick TIP subcommittee overview and process to talk about what we'll be doing today. As I mentioned before, today I'll be acting as the chair. Since it's the hybrid meeting, I would ask that if we have members online that would like to speak, if they could please raise their hands. And as I'll be kind of trying to keep an eye on everybody, if someone notices a hand raised, if you could just give me just let me know so we can be sure that that person is included in the conversation. Yeah. And finally, today we'll be reviewing projects for recommendation to our executive director. We'll be going over project timing, funding amounts, and possible federalization. Our goal today is to move through the agenda, and if we complete items, and we do, if not, we have some flexibility, and the intent of this meeting is to be open and as communicative as possible. Any questions on the process today? Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item 4. And Jamie Brown, if you could please provide a brief update of RTA policy direction for FY 24 to 28 TIP development process. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Lord, Carolyn. So some of you have heard this as part of updates to TPC management and regional council, but we wanted to make sure everybody on the TIP subcommittee is sort of aware of some key considerations and recent discussion on this TIP development process. So I'll be brief, but again, this is just to make sure we're all on the same page for today's meeting. It helps to set the context. So some of the key considerations we've been discussing recently with regional council management and TPC for this development process include that the programming of regional funds must continue to prioritize the delivery of RTA projects. This direction is in place until further notice by the RTA board. PAG Regional Council in January had a motion that was approved that included the statement, the Regional Council provide official board positions for identifying a proposed plan and funding to complete the projects as part of the original RTA plan and define the specifics of how to address any RTA projects if they are moved into RTA next. So that, as you have probably noticed, has been a significant focus of the Regional Council and RTA. And then again, regional funds available in fiscal years 27 and 28 will remain unprogrammed until the RTA board determines how to program those regional funds, pending pending RTA next decisions. At the November 3rd Regional Council meeting, it was acknowledged that there are various moving parts as part of this process, including questions to be addressed affecting the TIP development process and timeline, and thus flexibility will be necessary. Key points from that discussion include the following. As we near the end of the current RTA plan, by June 2026, there's less flexibility to simply roll over funds, and as many of you are aware, being able to just simply modify this. Fine, add it for them. No longer do that. So it's essential that we use up-to-date and reliable information on project costs, readiness, form programming. We want to thank all of you for readiness and updated project costs. Moreover, if the RTA board is going to program any additional dollars on projects, we should avoid diverting those funds from projects. Finally, regional council needs option today. Product application. So significant RTA next step. How to address the projects. So for now, we're going to proceed with our process to see how much information we can gather and by when. A TIP subcommittee meeting will help us to have a better understanding of project readiness, total project costs, potentially recommendations for adjustments to program fiscal years to be. Finally, please remember that the regional has so authority at the bottom. For being here today, contributions made so far in the process, and answer contributions today. That concludes my report. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll move on to agenda item 5. Review and discussion of jurisdictional responses to FY 24 to 26 project status update. Yes. Share my screen with the audience. Okay, is everybody able to see that? Do we need to just make it a little larger?
Small.
Black, or would you like it to be a little larger? Catherine, Paul, can you see?
I might turn around and just look at that one.
Sorry about that. And anyone else? You know, if you two would like to join us at the table, please feel free. Might be a little easier. So, do you have? Can you see them? Is that screen behind you?
Yeah.
Okay, so this next section will be running like we normally would at TIP rollover meetings. So I'll call the sponsor name, the TIP ID, and project name. And we'll ask that the jurisdiction provide a 2 to 3 minute update of the process. Thank you. So we'll start with ADA. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, tip number 1.23, SR 410, so Northern Corridor Tier 2 EIS. First, can you give us a brief update of the project, please?
Okay, well, that project is funded through a state legislative apportionment from the current budget. Projected start is this coming spring of 23.
Okay, thank you. And I see that project is not a roadway element, so it wouldn't be the additional funding wouldn't be available through our business. Thank you. Okay. project, the next project on our list is tip number 3.22, regional traffic equipment, traffic signal cabinets.
That one, yeah, that was part of the PEG, Regional Traffic Equipment, program, and that is supposed to be completed, the spring of this, the coming year, 23.
And that, is that project federalized?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Next project is tip number 5.12, I-10 roof rock to TI.
Project completion on that was, October of 21, so.
So we can close on that one.
And, but they're still doing landscaping.
We still got landscape establishment, we'll be closing that out soon.
Okay, so for now, shall we keep it open? Next project is tip number 20.12, SR 86, Hit Peak Linkage Wildlife Crossing retrofit phase 2.
So that's, an RTA funded, project, and, Rod has.
It's still in design. But we've gotten out of any plans or anything out of that process yet.
Haven't seen
Hopefully we have. We're still in the decision-making process as to determine what type of facility is going to be moving through. I think we've come to a conclusion that it's going to be an undercrossing,
Okay,
and we're still moving through the design of that at this time.
and the project I see is not currently federalized, is that correct?
It's an RTA project, RTA funded, so it's not federalized.
Yeah, just RTA excise tax funds.
Great, thank you for that. Next item is tip number 30.16. I-10 Ingham Road to Ruth Rock.
So that contract has been awarded for construction. We expect construction to begin probably January, February. So it's moving along.
And is this project federalized?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that there will be additional funds requested on this project?
Possibly unknown at this time. We just started construction. So we will see if something occurs that we didn't anticipate.
Thank you. Next project is tip number 38.13, I-19 Irvington TI.
Currently under design, and it is federalized. So, under design and ongoing.
Next item is tip number 74.07, I-10 to Country Club Road, TI.
So did we skip 39.13?
I may have. Yep, but shall we go back? 39.13, thank you.
Well, both of those projects, the 39.13 and the 74.07 are moving forward together. We're moving together as one project. We're moving them into the, we're going to be delivering them as a design build project. We have gone through our process of selecting a general engineering consultant. Those results will be published, notified any day. So it is moving forward.
Rod, when do you expect to put the DB contract out? For the solicitation on that?
Well, we're expecting the construction funding in 24. So we wouldn't be bringing anybody in for construction till that. So we would expect not start, since you have to have the funding obligated to advertise, we won't even advertise for that until 24.
Thank you. And the next project is 87.06 Barraza Aviation Parkway Extension.
Yeah, this is future, as it stands right now, there's future right-of-way program for this project. This is the part of the I-10 East DCR, the widening of I-10, and then constructing the connections to the future 210 through that section. So we've got the right-of-way program in the tip, and that's as programmed for right now.
No, okay, great. Thank you. Jamie?
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Just to clarify, the column roadway element 1, is that intended for RTA project?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so if it has a 1 by it, then it's an RTA. Well,
That is correct.
so I think we'd want to clarify then. I don't believe that a couple of those ADOT projects are RTA projects.
Irvington is an RTA project,
But I,
has RTA funding in it. Ruth Roth had RTA funding in it.
Okay. I was thinking the country
Kit
club.
Peak is 100%, or the wildlife crossing is solely RTA.
Just for clarification, is it the Kid Peak, is that a categorical project?
Yes,
Yes.
so it's going to be under the wildlife linkage category. And to Jamie's point, then I think it's Keno and Country Club are the two that caught your eye, right?
I'm sorry, or what?
Keynote in country club TIs.
They have no RTA funding in it.
Oh, okay, great. Well, let's just remove that now. You know, and I'm sorry, what was,
Country Club.
thank you. Okay, so we'll just hide those for now. All right, so it looks like for ADOT projects, the roadway elements, we have tip number 5.12, and we've dropped to Roof Rock TI. Tip number 30.16, I-10 Ina Road to Ruth Rock. Tip number 38.13, I-19 to Irvington. And the Barraza Aviation Parkway Extension, which is tip number 87.06. Is that correct? All right, the next item we have on our list is an Arizona Game and Fish project that we've had RTA funding that's scheduled on it. I believe that this project is mostly complete. Rick, do you have any information on this one for us?
I don't, but I'm fairly sure that with the completion of the roadway project and the Ina Road activities, that this is probably something we can close out, but I'll look into it a little further after this and verify that.
Great, thank you so much. Right, the next sponsor that we have on our list is the town of Marana. Jennifer, thank you for joining us today. We have tip number 86.06. This is also a named roadway project. Tangerine Road, I-10 to La Cañada Drive.
Oh, go ahead.
Currently, I do not believe this project is federalized. Correct, and
There's no federal funding associated
okay.
with it. The first phase did have jurisdictional water, so it was federalized.
Thank you, and I believe the intent is to not federalize this project. Is that true? Great, thank you. The next project on our list is tip number 562.00, and this is a pavement preservation program.
Yeah, and there's no RTA funding associated with that.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll go ahead and hide that one from our list. Thank you, Jennifer. The next sponsor is the town of Oro Valley for tip number 27.16, Latoya Boulevard, Overton Road to Tangerine Road wildlife linkages. Jose, can you give us a brief update, please?
We are negotiating right now with Arizona Game and Fish. We're looking at about a 4-year contract for monitoring. So that's where we stand right now. So, yeah, it's moving forward.
And I believe this is there's RTA funding on this. It's a categorical project.
That's correct.
And I see that there's no interest in federalizing this project. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Jose. It's the next project that we have on our list is 86.06 Road Element 1, Tangerine Road, I-10 to La Cañada Drive. Oops, we already talked about that one. So 27.16 Latoya Boulevard, Overton Road to Tangerine. That one already, so I think we're done there. Wait,
Yeah, so I
There
think
we
we
go.
missed one.
Yeah, we did. Thank you. I hid that one accidentally. So 6.22 La Cañada Drive, Maltese Path, Lambert Lane to Nananka.
Under design right now. So we should be done hopefully next year, maybe the construction, so it won't be federal.
Thank you. And the next project we have on our list is for the Pascagoula Cross. Jason, are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Morning. Thanks for joining us. For tip number 14.22, bus pullout at Valencia Road and Ignacio, can you please provide us an update?
Yeah, so we have the contract in for design to the chairman for sole source selection for this project. And we are also currently meeting with other design teams for a development project on that same corner. So we're working with those design teams as well. So once we have the engineering firm under contract, we'll move forward. We'll complete design and then move into construction.
Thank you. And I do believe this is it's a new project, one that was programmed in just this past cycle. And I do not believe that you're seeking or interested in any type of federal funds. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. No, you're not seeking. federal
we
funds?
are not seeking federal funding. Yes.
Thank you so much, Jason. Appreciate your time. And I believe that is currently the only project we have listed in the tip. Thank you again for joining us this morning.
Mhm.
Let's see, the next item that we have on our list is PCOA, tip number 75.06, volunteer transit. This project, I believe Rick will be addressing this a little later. Do you happen to know anything about this one?
I don't, I'm not familiar with that one at all, unfortunately.
James, do you happen to know? Okay, great, thank you. So we'll follow up on this one a little later. And with that, we move on to Pima County. Catherine, are you able to see?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the first one is tip number 8.22, Mission Road Overpass at the Asarco Mine Hall Road.
So that's a federalized project. It's OSB. It's in the design phase. We're getting a design consultant on board. It's not RTA.
You. Next project is tip number 10.18. The roadway element 1, Sunset I-10 to River Road.
An RTA project. It's the one that ADOT's going to be doing the construction along with the I-10 gap project. So they already have awarded a contract. It's federalized as well. It could use more money for their agenda item for today.
Thank you, Catherine. The next item is tip number 13.15, elemental level bridge inspections. This project has some, still kind of has some HERF money on it.
Yeah, so it's an ongoing, more of an operational project, non-RTA, non-federal.
Next item is tip number 13.122, Ajo Wash Bridge. Like this one is federalized?
Yes, that's correct. So this is for a bridge replacement in the town of Ajo. It's an off-system bridge federalized project. We have the design authorized now, so we'll be going forth and getting a consultant on board to design it.
Thank you. And this was your most recent OSB award?
Was, yeah, our third in a row.
Congratulations on that. Next item is tip number 24.12, South Houghton Road widening. I see that you've listed this as non-federalized.
non-federalized, not RTA. It's all being built with county local funds, and it's going to be done with construction the next few months in the spring of this year.
Next item is tip number 25.20 Blanco Wash Bridge.
This is the third OSB federalized bridge project, no RTA funding on it. It is programmed. We should be going for construction authorization this spring.
Is this one that's located near the town and boundaries?
Yeah, it's up near there, Silver Bell.
Next item is tip number 26.15 Safety School Infrastructure Improvements for Pima County.
This is RTA funding for projects. We were in discussions to group it with another project, our Palo Verde sidewalks, but we haven't proceeded with that. So there's no design underway right now for this. It's RTA categorical funding.
Thank you. Next project is tip number 31.21 sign panel replacement phase 2.
So this is HSIP funding, so it's a federalized project, no RTA funding. It will be getting the authorization for the procurement of the sign panels this fiscal year.
Next project is tip number 78.06 Wilmot North of Sarita.
It's an RTA roadway element project. It's substantially complete at this point.
Okay, so could we close this project out during the development, or would you like to keep it open?
It needs to stay open right now. It's substantially completed. The contract is not closed out. There's still some items.
Okay, thank you. All right, next item is tip number 82.06 First Avenue, Orange Grove Road to Ina Road.
So I mean, it's a RTA named roadway project. It's one of the 4 that have been listed to be deferred if there's inadequate funding in the existing program. So we don't have any activities underway until direction is given on that.
I'll highlight this one for us. Next item is tip number 98.12 ADOT transit enhancements.
So that's FTA funding passed through from the city to do bus stop improvements and accessibility. So it's every year there's money programmed, so it's kind of a cycle of projects. RTA funding.
Next item is tip number 114.06 Valencia Road off Waterway.
This project's complete, it's closed out. So it can
go
away.
Next tip number is 787.00 Culp Road, Sabino Canyon to Sunrise Drive.
So that one's also substantially complete. It needs to stay open. There's still contract items ongoing. It's federalized. It is not RTA.
Thank you. And with that, we've completed the Pima County sponsored items. Thank you. The next item, we have some RTA projects. Some of them will be just hiding them for today because they're transit in nature. I did want Rick quickly, if you could please give us an update on RTA number 1.14 SR 77 wildlife crossing off highway fencing.
So the first phase of this, we currently have that activity underway with Town of Oro Valley as the lead on that. Construction activities are fully underway, various pieces going in, and last I'd heard that's on track to finish up probably early next year. Does that jive with what you've been hearing, Cheryl? And so that'll take care of the first part of that, and then we'll have to still determine what we're going to do with the remaining fencing efforts, locations, and money available.
Thank you, Rick. I believe the following projects were they're transit in nature. And I don't believe that we need to have a discussion based on those at this time. We will have further conversations. Jamie, did you have anything to mention about these RTA projects?
Yeah, thank you, Carolyn. At this time, I don't think that's a good conversation for the transit working group. It's very important. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask one question? Because I noticed this is 5311, which was a question at the last TPC meeting. And the transit working group hadn't had any conversations about it yet in their recommendations. So when is that conversation happening?
Well, we're working with staff to assemble the draft and then schedule the meeting. So it hasn't been scheduled.
Okay.
Are you, but we will have a conversation pertaining to the 5311 capital grants. It will happen. Thank you. Next item, Rick, is tip number 86.09 SR77 wildlife crossing structures.
Those features have been built as part of the the SR77 widening project from several years ago. I think there's some leftover funding on that we're still going to try to identify what we want to do and where we want to move that for other possible opportunities. The bulk of the features are already in place, constructed, and are fully operational.
Great.
Question, Rick.
Shoot.
Is there still monitoring going on, wildlife monitoring?
Yes, Game and Fish is out there, plus the Soaring Desert Coalition. I believe they've both got groups out there.
What's the duration for that monitoring?
That I don't know because I don't recall if that was part of the actual proposal. So that could have been done independent through their efforts, and I don't know if they had a time frame on that. We've had some projects where we were able to keep that in there as part of the project approval, and others that didn't. And it was kind of a mixed bag on how that went.
Thank you. Any other questions on SR77 wildlife crossings? I believe these two can also be collapsed. And Sonia, do we have members from the town of Sarita present?
I am here, Thomas Garcia with the town of Sarita.
Great. Thank you, Thomas. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Thank you. If I could ask you to please give us a brief update on tip ID number 1.22, regional traffic, regional project equipment.
So that project is federalized. I believe it was part of a competitive grant or a federal funding acquisition of funding. So that project is preparing to move forward on the procurement side. So that is, it's slow going. We're a little bit behind, about only a month or so in procuring that. So that one is on pace.
Thank you. Next project is tip number 25.16, roadway lane and shoulder width study.
That one, I believe, is still in process. I don't know where we are on that one in terms of completion. But it is still should be on here until we get a notice of completion for that study.
Great, thank you. Next item is tip number 40.16, Quail Creek Connection, Phase 2.
So this project is nearing completion. We do have some delays with the railroad. And I believe we are estimated to open still within the next 30 days or so. But the project will not be complete. We still are doing some coordination with the railroad at the intersection on the southeast corner of this project. And that won't be done till probably early summer. But we should be able to be operating here soon. So this will need to stay open for a little longer, and at least through this cycle.
Great, thank you. Thomas, thanks for joining us. That's the end of the Town of Sarita sponsored projects.
Thank you.
The next sponsor list is City of South Tucson. I do not believe we have any representatives today. Okay, good. Thank you. I think for today, we do not have any roadway element 1 projects. I believe there's some RTA funding on these projects, but they're not roadway element 1. So for now, we'll move forward on these and hopefully have representation in the near future. Okay, next item is tip number 79.10. Remember, we do, I believe, have a representative from the San Javier district. For the record, if you could please say your name so we can capture you in the form.
Yeah, absolutely. John Basket, Principal Planner in San Javier District.
Thank you, John. And if you could please give us a brief update of San Javier Road, Little Nogales to I-19.
The project currently is federalized. It was ready for construction. There was a little bit of a hang up. There was actually right-of-way acquisition that was missed. So we're going back through and firing that right-of-way. We look to start construction around March 23. We should be finished by September of 23.
Thank you. Thanks for making the trip up today to be with us.
Not a problem.
Great. With that, we can move on to the City of Tucson. Is everyone doing okay on time? Do we need a 5-minute break? Or are we okay? Good. All right. Let's start with tip number 16.15, Houghton Road, 22nd to Irvington Road. Robin?
That project's 100% designed, so we're working on right-of-way acquisition, utility relocation. We're estimating that it would be advertised for bids in 2024 calendar.
Thank you. And is that project, it doesn't appear to be federalized?
It is not federalized and it is not able to be.
Okay, thank you. Next item, we have tip number 19.10, bike lane package 3.
That project is an RTA categorical project. It's scheduled to go to construction in the middle of 23 and not federalized and would not include.
Thank you, Andy. Next project is tip number 19.13, Houghton Road, UPRR, bridge back risk mitigation. One's been around for a little while. I wonder if maybe it's ready to be.
I was told recently that it needed to stay open for a while longer. I don't know if it should be in 24.
Okay.
But I'll need to find that out.
All right.
There was an issue with the bridge, a legal issue, and so I think it got delayed for that reason.
Okay. Thank you for the update on that one. Next item is tip number 20.16, Arcadia Avenue, Timrod Street, Bike Boulevards.
I believe this one is still in landscape establishment. Otherwise, it's complete.
Next item is tip number 0.15, Houghton Road, 22nd to Irvington Road.
That's the one we just talked about.
Just talked about that one. Okay. So it's 22.05 Broadway Boulevard, Euclid Avenue to Country Club Road.
Landscape establishment substantially complete. Yay.
Yay. We've been working on that one for a long time. It's nice to see. Next project is tip number 23.20, Houghton Road, Broadway to Tankerville Road.
That's the one that we've talked about delaying to a future date.
And is that the one that was voted on by regional council? Or was that a action by regional council?
RTA board.
RT board?
Yeah,
Okay,
both, I
excuse
think
me.
regional council and the city council.
Okay, great, thank you. So this is the second project that we've discussed today.
Was that a project that's going to be considered for the RTA next?
Specifically not. But it's mainly a question of the city council is okay with the idea of it going beyond 2026 to be funded by some other means. And if that is RTA next, then that's one possibility, but they did not want to limit it to that as an only possibility for future funding.
Robin, Jamie, was there anything else on that one?
I have, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item is tip number 25.21, Country Club Road, street lighting, Grant Road to 22nd Street.
It's an HSIP funded project expected to obligate this fiscal year
For design.
for design.
And this one is currently federalized. I see. Next item is tip number 26.21, Nogales Highway, street lighting.
Same.
This is in the same grouping, but tip number 27.21,
Mhm.
flashing yellow arrow backlights, package 1. And that's similar to tip number 28.21, flashing yellow arrow backlights lens upgrade for package 2.
Yep.
And those two. Next item is 29.15 Hawks Speedway and Ritchie to Grant in Arcadia, 22nd to Belvedere.
It's a RTA categorical project. 2 of the 3 locations are complete and 1 is remaining.
Next is tip number 29.21 Hawk Package 1.
HSIP funded project expected to obligate this year. Is that one for construction or design? No.
Design.
Design.
Next item is 30.21 Hawk Package 2.
Same.
Generally, how many hawks are in the packages? That's variable.
They vary. I think one of those has 2 and another one I want to say has 5. Total. Yeah.
As an aside, the money put on by HSIP for these projects has not been keeping up with inflation. So at some point during design, there's going to have to be a decision made whether or not other funding gets applied to it or whether or not it's time to downscope. But that's a decision that we determined we should make during design. So we will do that.
You guys identify the number of hawk signals like for package 1, package 2?
We did. There's a specific list for each one, and the reason for the HSIP funding was based upon the scoring for those locations. So we just packaged them together because it's not usually cost effective to do one cost for federal funded projects.
Cost we submitted reflects the entire project cost that we assume right now for the full package with the cost escalation. It's not what the HSIP awards.
Right, then that reflects what we think it's going to cost when we finally do get to construction. We've already had that conversation with ADOT, and even shortly after the money was awarded during those future fiscal years, it was clear that the funding was not going to be adequate to cover the entire scope based upon bids that we had received on similar work within the few months before that. And then we determined that either we're going to have to add more funding at some point or downscope. And at the point when we would have to downscope because it's HSIP, the scoring would change.
Thank you for that update, Robin, and continuing to keep us in the loop on that. Any other questions on that, Paul? Next item is tip number 23.20, Houghton Road, Broadway to Tinker Verde. We got that one. Just 32.00, 22nd Street, Camino Seco to Houghton.
We're currently targeting early FY24 for design start for that.
And I don't believe that this is a candidate for federalization, is that correct?
It is not a great candidate for federalizing, no.
Thank you. Okay, next item. That's tip number 32.15, Bike Boulevard Package 1.
It's an RTA categorical package of 3 big boulevard corridors that's expected to go to construction in the middle of or fall 23. Currently in design. It is a little short funding, but not a candidate for federalizing.
Thank you, Andy. Next item is tip number 32.16, Valencia and Kolb intersection east.
That one's substantially complete.
Next item is tip number 39.08, Regional Transportation Data
Oh, did
Network.
we miss Harrison?
Oh, yeah, Harris.
Harrison, okay. We'll go back to Harrison, 38.00, Harrison Road, Irvington to Golf Links Road.
We're tentatively targeting a design build for that starting in calendar 2024.
And this one is also not considered to be good.
Sorry.
What?
Is this not a good candidate project for federalization?
I would think not.
Did you have a question, Andy?
No.
Okay. 39.08, Regional Transportation Data Network. This one is federalized.
That was federalized last fiscal year, correct? And I believe we got authorization for it late, but got it.
Got it. Good. This one, that was, thank you. Okay. Next item is 55.06, Grant Road, Oracle Road to Swan.
So we're sort of exploring whether or not it's a good idea to have 2 separate tip IDs for these 2 phases. I'm thinking that we should probably have a conversation between your finance and our finance to make sure that that's the best way to organize these. They're both parts of the corridor project, but unlike the Houghton corridor, they were not divided into separate tip IDs. And they're obviously completely separate projects. So I think that's a discussion maybe outside of this group, but that's why it got divided this way with three of the same tip IDs. So the first one is phases 3 and 4, which we're finalizing an IGA for construction right now. We're ready to advertise for bids probably January, February of this year. And it's not a good candidate for federalization. The next one is 5-6. And it's at about 60% design. So we're starting to look at what right-of-way acquisition is going to look like. And it is going to be farther along the line for construction. Right now, we're looking at we're saying completing it in 2027, which would estimate our advertisement sometime during calendar year 2025, assuming it takes a couple of years to acquire right-of-way.
Great. Thank you, Robin. Regarding the tip number, excuse me, if that's something that we're able to do on a finance standpoint, Mark, do you see any reason why we wouldn't be able to create a new tip number for this? No. Okay, great. Thank you. So let's explore that further. I think it's worthy. Yeah, especially the amount of years we have on this project and.
Yeah, I'm just not as conversant with the mechanics of how the various finance pieces work, so I wouldn't want to speak to that, except that I think it's important for RTA finance or PAG finance and our finance to speak to determine what the best course of action would be, since they are, although one RTA project, they are two physical project packages.
We'll have to go through it. I think the lift piece, how long that might take staff is something that we'll have to consider.
So unfortunately, once the books are closed for prior fiscal year, and there have been expenditures on the 5 and 6 segments with summer acquisition and certainly with design, it would be very difficult to assign a separate tip ID at that point, because there is a tip ID 5506 is already embedded in those closed books from prior years. So there are complications.
And that was the same that I heard from my finance, so it may not be worthwhile, but I think for a discussion like this, it makes sense to discuss them as separate projects because they're so many years apart. So.
Okay. Thank you for bringing it up in this venue, and that way members of the TIP subcommittee and TPC will be aware if we do complete an amendment in the future to begin a new number. Anything else on Grant Road?
Other than, you know, there's a shortfall at least on 5-6, and but that's part of what we're trying to determine with this meeting and trying to find out where we actually fall off the cliff on which project, right?
Yeah, so I think we have an agenda item further down the list that we can discuss that. Okay. Next item is tip number 56.06, Silver Bell Road, grant to Ina. This one I believe is not federalized and also not a good candidate.
It's definitely not federalized. I think probably Rick knows more about this project than I do, but it is currently 100% design and almost ready to advertise, but there's some quirky utility relocation work, I think.
Yes, the utility is still ongoing. We've got most of the TEP stuff, and now the telecoms are going out and the removals will take place. Design work is done and it's going through its cycles of review to prep the PSNE. And then I think we're targeting probably the IGA approval targeted probably in January. And then this will be an early 24 or early 23 advertisement.
It's multiple jurisdictions, right? That way.
No, this one's entirely within the city. It only goes, so this particular phase is going from Gorey up to Camino del Cerro.
Oh, it's not going to.
So the overall project splits the 3 jurisdictions between the city, county, and town of Marana. And the northern piece from Camino del Cerro to Ina has been deferred to RTA next. That was approved by the board earlier this year. But the one piece that's going to go to construction is solely within the city.
That might be another one, but at least for this discussion, we segregate into, even though it's got one tip ID, 2 different projects, like we did for Grant.
The northern segment is a Silver Bell's a good candidate for a separate tip ID because it's my knowledge there are no expenditures on that segment. So yes, that would be a good candidate.
Do you know if we have an active IGA on that piece?
On the northern one from Camino del Cerro to Ina?
The piece that might be a good candidate for a new tip number?
The only IGA we have is the one from Gorey to Camino del Cerro. We've got design work off, design efforts authorized, and then we'll fund the construction piece.
Thank you. So we'll keep track of that one, and as we move forward, seems like a good candidate. Everybody agrees that it should be considered for new tip ID.
Yeah, I guess I have one question because the cultural contract for that one, I didn't know the limits of that. That might be the only part that goes the whole way. I just don't recall the details. I think that's agreement between counties, OSC, the city and the RTA.
I am not aware that we
Okay.
continued it past Camino del Cerro. I think,
Okay, you're probably right.
I think we own, because it was such a big job. I double checked with the project, but I don't think they went north of Camino del Cerro, did they?
I can't remember how the agreement would have been stated. You are correct that the work activity stopped at Del Cerro because they were only working on that phase that we're currently going with now. I just don't remember if the original intent of that agreement between the city and OSC would have gone all the way up to the whole boundary.
That's what.
But the work activities, the funding that's been allocated is specifically for the segment that's being worked on now and the pending construction activities that will be coming up. And that's going to be adequate to cover all that.
The existing IGA is exclusively RTA and city.
No, the IGA on that particular aspect is between Pima County's OSC, Office of Sustainability and Conservation, and the city. And then we've got the IGA with the city.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's just.
Project RTA is only with the city. We don't need
Only
to
with-
extract the IGA.
Yeah, it's only a city lead jurisdiction on that one.
You guys don't have an overall design concept report, right, for the whole limits?
We did. So that was originally set up with the city as lead jurisdiction, and all three entities then joined in on that, took it to about the 15% design level. And then from there, the individual contract pieces broke out. So the city did the first one from Grant to Goray several years ago, and then augmented it with this piece from Goray to Camino del Cerro. It's going to be ready to go to construction. There was always a split between periods 2 and 4 as originally envisioned, and then the extra complications, the price tag and everything else made it an ideal candidate for all together.
Thank you, Rick. Is there anything else on Silver Bell? Yeah. Next tip number is 59.06 Valencia Road, Colb Road to Houghton Road.
That was, let's say, at 100%. It's not quite at 100% design, but looking at getting done relatively soon. And advertising probably in 2024, 2025. Not really sure because I'm not conversant with the right-of-way acquisition there. I think there's only a little bit though.
Robin, if I may, so that one, the design's done, but it hasn't been through its final review, so not PSNE prep. The right-of-way activities, the state land auction, I think has taken place this month, and it's the private acquisitions that are remaining. I think those are anticipated for Gina to be done probably in the springtime or early summer. With minor utility relocations take place overlapping that. So they're thinking they would be ready for a springtime candidate 23.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Don't get them to go that smooth, that nice, that often, so it kind of sticks out like.
Great.
Well, I was just surprised to see it didn't have 100% design yet from our spreadsheet, and I thought we did actually have that yet, but I think it might be in that awkward in between phase where they've got 100% plans, but it hasn't been reviewed yet.
That's exactly it. It's, you don't want to call that done PSNE ad ready, but you're essentially done with the design activities now. It's logistics for utilities and right away.
Thank you. Is there anything else on this number, Robin? Anything else on this one, or can we move on? Thank you. Next number is 60.06 Valencia Road, I-19 to Alvin. I believe this is another project that maybe has been deferred.
No, this was not one of Valencia. I-19 to Alberta was not deferred.
Okay.
This is one that has a $9.8 million RTA budget, but it was never very firmly scoped. And we feel as though we can do some very good safety and access control work out there within the allocated amount in the current RTA plan. So we haven't determined the timeline on that. This is one that can sort of float depending on when funding becomes available.
And I don't remember, this question is for either Robin or Carolyn. Didn't this get federal funding at some point along the way? Didn't we program that?
I think this is one that could be a candidate for federal funding, but I don't believe we programmed it with federal funding.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I could look. But they didn't.
Currently, the information that was shared with us, it was not something that could be federalized, but I can update that to a yes if you'd like.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
In the information that was shared with us earlier, it said not federalized, but it could be. Would you like me to move that to yes?
I think it has potential to be federalized because it will be things like hawks that we are pretty conversant with how to federalize. I wouldn't want to say absolutely you can federalize it, but it's because design hasn't started yet and could easily go through the process.
Thank you. All right, next tip number is 76.12, Royal Chico Greenway Country Club to treats.
RTA categorical project. This is one segment of a larger greenway that's also funded with some other funding sources, but that RTA component should be, I believe, complete in next year. Could be going to construction next year.
Thank you. Yes, Jamie?
So going back to Valencia Road, I-19 to Alvernon. TIP appears to have SDBG program in fiscal years 25 and 26.
Oh, okay, so that was
What year is that from?
26, we have.
Well, there you go.
so it's a
That's
yes.
It's already federally programmed. All right.
Okay.
Well, I knew it had potential.
All right, so that's been updated. Thank you, Jamie. At 78.12 Treat Avenue, Reedville River to Baraga Aviation Bike Boulevard.
That's under construction now. It's also RTA categorical project with other funding on it, local funding on it.
Next item is Downtown Links, Broadway to I-10, and that's tip number 81.04. The
You
active,
might have noticed when you drove into downtown, it is under construction.
That one was
Yeah.
not a good candidate to federalize.
I don't think we need to belabor this one.
okay, sounds good. We'll move on to 86.06, First Avenue Grant to River.
So we had hoped to put this on the RTA board agenda in order to move it forward with the 4-lane design. We'll probably be looking for some RTA funding for design. It is not a good candidate for being federalized.
Next item is 83.12 Fifth Street Bike Boulevard, 7th Avenue to University.
There's a small amount of RTA categorical funding remaining on this project. And it's together with the Bike Boulevard Package 1 we discussed earlier. Fifth Street is one of the 3 bicycle boulevards included in that package. So those will be spent together when that goes to construction next year.
Thank you. And I wonder if we can move to just quickly to 90.12 U of A 2nd Street Bike Boulevard pedestrian improvements. Same, similar, is that one?
Are we skipping Grant on purpose?
I'm gonna go back to Grant. I just
Okay.
figured.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, U of A 2nd Street is a mix of several federal sources on RTA, design, final design funding authorization complete, resuming design activity. Currently, the CRISA construction funds are programmed in FY23. We know we're not going to be able to obligate them in FY23, so we'd like to process a TIP amendment and move those into FY24. And happy to follow your lead on when the appropriate timing and means of initiating that are, but we're ready to do that.
thank you for that.
Mhm.
Do you believe you'll be able to complete that process before the end of that fiscal year?
Complete the design
Or
in time to obligate construction funding in FY '24. Yes.
That's the big piece, I think. Thank you. I know. Okay, and then we'll go back to number 84.06 Grant Road underpass construction, railroad underpass construction. This one I believe is federalized, and we have some federal funding in this fiscal year.
Right, that one's not going to be able to obligate federal funding this fiscal year. The design is moving relatively slowly because we're still looking at some of the issues in the Oswayaki area and trying to be responsive to their needs. So I think originally the idea with the STP was to try to acquire right-of-way with federal funding, but we would rather not do that. So at least that 2.5 million of STP that currently sits in this fiscal year needs to move out to a future fiscal year. My guess would be the best one would be 2025 to have all the federal funding or most of the federal funding. My concern with having the federal funding spread across several years is it used to be all the federal funding had to be in 1 year and obligated all at the same time. And so I'm not sure how parceling it across this works and if there's another set of agreements that needs to be put together in order to cash flow it out in this way. And that's sort of just a higher level question. I don't know if we can determine that today, but
Jamie, can I ask you to?
Not sure I'm the best person to answer that. That may be an ADOT question. Appropriating the federal dollars and splitting the construction dollars across fiscal years in the tip. Whether or not that's an issue, is that the concern?
well, yeah, I mean, it used to be that you had to have all of the construction funding in one fiscal year, and that was the fiscal year you authorized it, no matter how long it took to do the construction. And I see it in the tip as parceled out over several years. And if that's okay, I'm completely fine with that. Other than it needs to sort of be pushed a year, because I would think we wouldn't start construction before 2024. Fiscal 24.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll just say, this is the same question that was raised with the RTAG funding, and the way that was parceled out. I have not ever seen for the locally delivered federal projects that we can have federal money in years.
There have been
Needing to move both the 2.5 and 16 million, 23 and 24, into 25.
That seems like the best bet if we have to have it all bundled together in 1 year in order to obligate it appropriately through the ADOT process to obligate regional art STBG. There have been situations in the past, of course, where there was a cash flow agreement. I'm sure I didn't get the phrasing right, but I call it a cash flow agreement with ADOT and RTA, I believe, in order to obligate chunks of federal over the life of the construction project. But that's been quite some time since I've seen that done. And just a kind of a question.
Funding that's programmed, is that all for construction?
Yes.
It's all for construction.
For the current fiscal year, for us to stay in constraint, those funds are not able to roll forward.
I understand.
So I think we need to have a conversation about making those funds available to the region. And then, obviously we'd make the project whole.
Right.
But just releasing those funds for call for projects or discussion today. That way, really the main goal is that we keep all of the money local. We don't want to lose anything. So later on our conversation, thank you for talking about this openly today. We'll include that funding in our discussion under item 7, agenda item 7 for this fiscal year. And then we should also talk about the next fiscal year, and if you believe that we'll be able to program, there's quite a bit of money in the next, I think it's 14 million for FY24, that's STBG. we'll need to talk about that one in the future and see if we're set to move forward on that, or if we need to make some movements there. There's quite a bit of money for us to manage on our ledgers, and we want to make sure again that we capture everything and keep the money local.
Did I hear Catherine say that the Sunset still needs additional funding? So in order to make that one whole, which is part of the ADOT and RTA project, that might be an appropriate recipient. I'm not sure because that's short term. Another one is one we haven't discussed yet, but it's the bridge over Aviation and the railroad on 22nd Street. That one we already have federalized using the RAISE grant, but I'm not sure what the mechanics are to put regional STVG on it. Because that usually is overseen by ADOT and the RAISE grant will be overseen directly by FHWA.
Okay, thank you, Robin. I wonder, Jamie, are we okay to continue this conversation under this agenda? Do we need item or do we need to move it to halt here and move it to?
Well, I think to your point, Carolyn, we are going to talk more about the actual roadway element project specifically and funding available. And actually before then, David's going to provide a presentation on available federal funds for each fiscal year and talk about the nuances of that. So I think that would be a good conversation to have to prep for that later conversation. If that's okay.
Yeah, this is just more of an opener, just so everyone has it sort of in their head. These are things that we perhaps could juggle a little bit.
Great. Thank you, Robin, for being so open and willing to discuss it with us. I appreciate that. You all do. Is there anything else on Grant Road, the railroad underpass project that we should discuss?
Currently, because it was recently federalized, we need to go through the NEPA process with FHWA, and that is, of course, taking a slight bit longer than we had anticipated. Not really sure, and neither is FHWA, how long exactly it takes to get the RAISE grant put together in a way that it can be authorized, because it's a fairly new process that they haven't really finalized yet. Our hope obviously is to get it authorized this fiscal year, but it is a hope now, not a surety.
Thank you. Let's see, and with that, we do move on to tip number 131.000, 22nd Street, I-10 to Sun Boulevard. I noticed when you submitted these documents to us that it was broken out into 3 separate numbers, and I'm wondering, is this also a candidate to have separate tip numbers in the future?
Well, I mean, the first one's just sort of the blanket one. It's not, but this is in the same sort of vein as what we talked about Silver Belt, we talked about Grant, where we've got phases that are in different situations, where the one I just spoke of with the RAISE grant has a CMAR on board already, and as soon as FHWA allows us to pull the trigger and we get the additional funding required, whether that's a bridge grant that we've already applied for or some of the local STPG, it will be just ready to start construction immediately. The one that's farther west is one of the 2 that our city council and RTA board determined could be pushed to a future year, like the Silver Belt project and the First Avenue project.
Yes. So thanks for sharing that with us, and will keep this on our list for consideration for a new tip number. The federalization piece, I do believe there was a grant that we've been hearing about, some funding that was designated for this project. I believe it was it?
Yeah, and I think, Rob, you just mentioned the RAISE grant.
RAISE grant, yeah. The 25 million. When you receive the final document, so we'd love to get that programmed in the tip for you.
And again, I don't have a sense of which fiscal year it will come in because I'm still working through the details with FHWA in Phoenix. We've got the document that said we received the funding, but there's nothing in there that says it is for this fiscal year.
Well, thanks for keeping the conversation open and we can get that program for you. Great. Okay, and with that, I believe that we come to the end of our projects list. Jamie?
If I may, thank you. I just want to go back to the Grant Road project, the railroad underpass reconstruction, just to emphasize what Carolyn was saying, that the funds of fiscal year 23, we have to deprogram and release to the region because the city is unable to obligate those funds. So you had stated that, we want to emphasize that. I think we'll talk about that later as well. And will we be talking about the overall estimated project cost too later? Okay. Because it sounds like that project might be over-programmed, that the cost estimate might be shifted down or
Over program? Grant
yeah, we
3-4.
may have more money on. No, is that incorrect? I think you answered the question. Yeah, okay, I know we'll get into that later.
I think that was a different Grant Road project. So that the railroad project.
Yeah.
The UP, yes, we believe that could be over programmed.
Oh, okay, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the grant UP, but not the grant 3-4.
Okay, yeah, I was referring to railroad underpass.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Robin. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up, Jamie. So we will discuss that in agenda item 7. Anything else on this list? Speakers, anybody online? Okay, thanks for sticking with us. The time now is 10:22, and I think it's a good time for a short break.
Yeah, one quick question. I know this was the project list that you distributed to us for comment,
Correct.
but if we're looking through the tip, there's also the airport projects, which we basically never covered. That's kind of its own animal. And then there's the OWP. So will there be a time when we talk about that, since that comes into play with fiscal constraint later?
We will be talking about that. Our focus today was on the transportation, and really one wanted to focus on not the road element 1 project, so we can discuss funding with the OWP. Jamie, would you like to talk about that one, answer that for us?
Sure, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was our intent to, like we've done in previous years, for this subcommittee working group to focus on the RTA roadway projects. And we do have several different lists for the overall transportation improvement program. So that includes, like you said, the aviation projects, the OWP projects, the other RTA transit financial plan is a separate list. So we're going to be having separate conversations about those that have not been brought forward.
Okay.
Not today.
And with that, it's 10:23, and let's take a short, maybe a 10-minute break.
This one, and I think that's what James was saying.
So, I think you have access to budget.
Good call.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. The time is 10:43, and I will get started again. Just looking around the room, we still have an active quorum, so thank you everyone for staying with us. We are commencing at agenda item 6, regional transportation funding, current balances, revenue projections, and programming. Availability for FY23 to FY26. Okay. I'd like to begin this item. Introduce David Zinda, who will kick off our conversation on this item.
Thank you, Carolyn. It's good to be with you all today. I'm glad you all came out this evening. And Crystal, is that link I sent earlier? Were you able to click that on the screen? Correct. All right, thank you. All right, so we produced these revenue forecast and programming recommendations, which was sent out, at least a part of the public posting for this meeting. So let's begin with federal funding. In particular, as you can see, the one on here that we're concerned with is going to be the Surface Transportation Block Grant. So if you have had a chance to review this document, I would imagine that seeing a balance of negative 1.8 million in available unprogrammed revenues, or rather overprogrammed revenues, may be concerning. So the question then is, how did we get there? So first, let's actually begin by looking at the programmed amount of 21.5 million you see there right above that bottom line. That number was produced and ultimately approved and adopted by the regional council and recommended by this group in the last TIP cycle. It was a forecast that was used as the maximum amount of STBG available for programming in the fiscal year 2022 to 2026. Like all forecasts and fortune telling, there is going to be some error, and this projection was not exempt. The new forecast that we have is based on the federal fiscal year 2022 actuals on the federal ledger following the inaction of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, plus a change in the federally established obligation limitation following that same piece of legislation. In a memo dated November 10th, 2022 to the Regional Council, and later at the November 2022 TPC meeting, I discussed the concept of obligation limitation. If you recall, federal highway aid programs are apportioned differently than most other federal programs, as funding is authorized for several years at a time to accommodate the planning process. Because Congress cannot control federal highway aid program spending annually via an appropriations process, they do it by limiting the obligation, or rather the promise, to reimburse you for the expenditures you make on transportation projects. This obligation limitation is a flat rate applied to the whole bucket of transportation programs. This past federal fiscal year, the obligation limitation was more costly. Of the total funds we were apportioned, only 91.3% can be spent. And this is down from what we were used to under the FAST Act paradigm of 94.9. Consequently, this $19.7 million number reflects the obligation limitation that prohibits us from using funds to the fullest. I might add too that ADOT had taken steps this past fiscal year to maintain the obligation limitation rate at 94.9, despite the fact that at a federal level, it was 91.3. And to be clear, the 19.7 million number on this table is likely going to be the worst case scenario, as we do not know a couple of things. First of all, what policy ADOT might have for this obligation authority rate in the future, whether it's kind of tapered down or if there is a big cliff that it'll jump down, as well as potential marginal increases in funding to the PAG region in future fiscal years once the apportionments are sub-allocated by ADOT to our region. I can tell you, and it's known, at least in the legislation nationally, that we see apportionments increasing about 2% per year throughout the entire United States for STBG. Furthermore, new population counts in the 2020 census make this analysis a little bit opaque as well. STBG is suballocated in proportion to certain population bands across the state. Although we currently use the 2010 census, it is likely that the 2020 census will be employed in the future and could change the distribution of STBG across the PAG region and state. Because we do not know how much federal funding we'll have in future fiscal years, we have kept the amount of STBG funding the same each year. This is going to be consistent with STBG forecasting in the current and approved fiscal year 2022 through 2026 TIP. And the amount of funding, as you can see in there, was kept the same each year for STBG. And lastly, one reminder, although it was not necessarily an issue that was well discussed in years past, we are required to program funding within the area to which it was apportioned based on population bands. Maps of these population bands and the apportionment of funding for these population band regions and so forth are located in the supplemental material of this document. And as I've said before, this information will likely be dated soon, given the new census counts that have yet to be employed. With that, kind of takes care of the federal funding we wanted to focus on. I don't know, Carolyn, if you want to take questions now or go on to state and kind of complete the whole forecast process. Sure.
Are there any questions? I'll ask, why are we? I remember this being a discussion in the development of the current tip. Flatline 21.5.
21.5 is less than what, we had in 2019. So I'm just wondering, it feels like we're doubling down on trying to be low risk and, waiting out to see what's going to happen, but it might be leaving a lot of money in programs and it takes so much time to get a federal project ready for obligation. I don't know that that's in the best interest of the region.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Ms. Skinner. So I think in years past, yes, we can see maybe at a national level that apportionments are going to increase, but and I've not been in this position for very long. It's kind of opaque to me when FHW funds hit ADOT and when they come from ADOT to the PAG region. I think that's really the reason why, at least for STBG, we've kept it the same amount, because as population, as I understand, changes or different kind of funding allocations are calculated at ADOT's level, I can't tell you if precisely from 23, or say from 22 to 23, if we increased across the board by 2%. Just like a few business days ago, I got the new PAG federal ledger for federal fiscal year 2023, which I did not have before. And contrary to my expectations, some federal programs did not increase while others did. Some were by 2%, some were a little over and under. So there is some difficulty, I think, with being able to identify precise amounts for that reason.
So that seems like relevant. Can you share that ledger with this group so we understand what went up and what didn't go up?
That ledger is publicly available on ADOT's website on financial management services. I believe if you click under federal highway aid programs, because I have not had the time to really do an in-depth review and discussion with ADOT financial management services, I don't have a lot of remarks ready for those changes today.
A quick follow-up question. I think to Catherine's point, if we look at it as a much lower amount, then we end up in a situation where we haven't necessarily obligated everything that's available to us. And it seems like it has been very difficult as we go through our list to find projects where we could obligate federal funds. And I wonder if we should aim a little higher so that we don't risk what we're facing kind of this year with having to find a new home for a bunch of millions, right?
Yeah, I mean, to add to that, last summer we had the supplemental NOFA it was 1.6 million, 1.67 million of STBG that we hadn't programmed. So I feel like we're running risk of having that every single year. Let's find a home for $2 million more, which is counting.
Right, and I think I understand your concerns. What my goal is to do, and especially coming before a public meeting, is to be reasonably confident in setting expectations in order to be fiscally constrained. And because there are so many unknowns, I really do not know how to precisely identify these estimates in a way that could reflect, say, more funding, right? I rather, at least from my perspective as a forecaster, be a little bit short and a little bit too far ahead, or else we find ourselves in a similar situation, what we see here, where we need to find maybe reshuffle funding to account for this $1.8 million money, which we don't have that we thought we would have.
I just don't think that that's reality. And so if we deprogram money, we're back there. So I think they're just being a little conservative to our advantage.
I'd also like to be, in lockstep for where EDOT is on their forecasting, both on the SDPG side as well as the HOPE side. And I don't think this is there. And what we heard from Christine in the COG MPO meetings is that they're going to ease in the new lower obligation authority rate. So I would request that we kind of have those conversations and confirm how that's going to come to this region in terms of the POA that's going to be applied, and make sure that the revenue forecasts for the PAG tip are very much tied to the revenue forecasts that ADOT is doing statewide.
Thank you, Mr. Casertano, for that comment. I was not aware of ADOT's new policy, at least in preparation for this meeting, but that is something I absolutely would want to follow up on. And I do think that, this TIP subcommittee is a bit of an iterative process in the development of this TIP, right? And as I think Mr. Brown had said in a previous agenda item, everything is subject to change until Regional Council does adopt final TIP.
Well, I want to be very careful with the word policy in particular, because this was a verbal expression by CFO in conversation with the COGS and MPOs, where they were saying, you can't just cut our OA all of a sudden. That doesn't make a lot of sense. The intent is to ease it in. That's what Christine has been expressing. I've not seen any specific written or translated policy out of ADOT. So I want to be very clear about that. This is ADOT trying to help out its local agencies and its COG and NPOs, and that's their intention, is ease in the new OA. So I just want to make sure, I think it would behoove us to try to do our own thing, find out that we're mismatched with where ADOT is on both the OA rate and the projections for STPG and her. We need to be in lockstep. As far as ADOT hasn't really had a lot of time with IIJ coming out, packaging and all that with this adjustment to the OA rate. I know they're gonna provide an update soon, but as far as we know 23 is going to be the same 0.949. Anticipate this being the same as well, and to give ADOT more time to investigate and kind of see how would be the best way to adjust that OA rate for. But anticipate, it hasn't been, they haven't announced that yet, but anticipate them.
Thank you, Mark.
I
Jamie?
may just add, as you were saying, Mr. Casertano, that the OA rate is established by ADOT, and we are waiting for that written policy to understand how that's going to affect these projections. And that's why we were conservative too, because we thought that OA rate is going to be lower. We could increase by, I think, maximum of 2%. I think we did keep it flat, but I think a 2% increase could be incorporated. But I think it's important for everybody to keep in mind we have a limited number of projects that are federalized, and if we aren't able to obligate them, then we risk losing the funds to the region. So there's that side of it as well. And I think we're going to talk more about the fact that we're actually over programmed, and we have to make adjustments to projects because of where our analysis of the federal ledgers and what we have available. So to make sure everything's balanced, we actually have to make adjustments. So I'm not sure I'm not seeing that we're being overly conservative based on our analysis of the ledger personally. But it is, as you said, it's publicly available. So if you have a different take on it, we are not just looking at SDBG when you look at our federal ledger, we're looking at other sources like PIA and others as well.
Oh, okay, I guess I'm confused. So you're saying that PAG staff feels that we will get less STBG as a region as time goes forward rather than more? Because that's what these numbers are reflecting.
Yes, thank you for your question. I would like to highlight there are two forces that are affecting this. When we look at these numbers, it's 19.7 million. This is assuming a new strict OA rate 91.3, which we've now discussed, and we can certainly re-examine that. However, when you start breaking it out by population band, this is where it really starts to affect projects in the tip, because almost, I think pretty much every roadway project is going to be using STDG sub-allocated for population urbanized areas greater than 200,000. And that number is not 19.7 million. Later on in this document on table 5, you can see our most recent federal apportionments. The amount of money we have to spend in the urbanized area is going to be just shy of $16 million. So by shuffling the funding around and trying not to be over-programmed in that population band, we essentially take care of a lot of the issues that are reflected here on this sheet. So our goal, once again, is to mitigate any negative impacts of this sub-allocated STDG. But I don't know that this is necessarily as scary as it looks, because once we take off some money to be in constraint with STBG greater than 200,000, we also in some ways solve the problem of OA, no matter what that rate might be.
For me, that's even more reason to coordinate closely with data. We used to handle population banding throughout the state for everything. And so when and how that policy changed, I'm not entirely clear, but I think it requires us to have a good coordinated conversation with data to see what the options are moving forward. Is there an SDBG exchange that could be put in place where ADOT's using the sub-allocated rural for some of their projects that handles the obligation of ag tip requirement to allocate those rural bands of SCBG? I don't know, but we should probably have that conversation to see what the best solution might be to program the available funding as efficiently as possible.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Casertano. And I have been coordinating with ADOT and kind of asking what had changed over the years, since this wasn't a conversation in the past. And it does appear that ADOT has had flexibility in the past to handle things on a case-by-case basis. But my recommendation from ADOT was to program according to fiscal constraint with these population bands. We can address issues perhaps later as they come and as ADOT is able to accommodate them.
If I may just expand on that, I think we work very closely with ADOT, with Mark, and with ADOT Financial Management Services on this. We're taking direction on how to be applying policy in terms of the population band programming. So I don't know that we're doing anything differently other than maybe things are shifting in terms of interpretation at ADOT or FHWA, but we're taking that guidance and we're incorporating it into a program. So I think we're in very close coordination. Mark, is there anything you'd like to add?
And ADOT will continue to work, and they have flexibility in those rural bands.
Yeah,
they have flexibility in those areas. ADOT doesn't have the flexibility in the over 200 because ADOT doesn't get those apportionments. They're strictly for the United Pay region. They don't have the flexibility to able to to massage the ledgers and make sure that the funds are being obligated the way they're supposed to be based on the funded program. So ADOT will continue to work with the region again on those population bands under 200. But the focus is that during program you should do the best ability that you can adhere to that over 200. It's ADOT just doesn't have the flexibility to help out there.
So I understand that ADOT is supportive of our approach to this.
Thank you. Anything else on the STBG item?
Can I just ask one more question? What is our, is this gonna be an action item? What is our goal? Is it for consensus in this group? I know that in previous cycles, meetings that have to do with revenue projections happen much earlier in July, August timeframe in anticipation of the NOFO. So this is a different kind of process. So can you just share what our goal is here in this conversation?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Ms. Skinner. So as we've all been watching regional council actions and learning about how we're going to manage the TIP development process for this cycle, we wanted to come forward and have this conversation openly today, and we're asking for possible action on this item. And so under item 5, we're discussion and possible action of adoption of fiscal constraint tables for FY24 to FY26 for the FY24 to 28 PAG Transportation Improvement Program. So our goal on this item is to go over the finances, discuss what's available to the region, and hopefully we're ready to move forward. Today we can. And then kind of roll into item 7 to discuss where some of the funding that we're going to see available funding may be programmed today. And that's also a possible action item. Does that answer your question?
It does. I don't know that I have a sense of, if we were gonna make a motion on the STBG item right now, that I would understand what that motion is, nor would I know if I was in agreement. Because right now, I mean, like I said, I don't think it's reasonable to be going into something with lower numbers than what we were seeing 4 years ago. I think that's too conservative.
If I may, David, you might be able to help me with this. For the 21-5, did we aggregate other federal funds when we maybe misnamed it as STBG? Because I think we found that later on that maybe it shouldn't have been called STBG because it was actually more than that, or am I mistaken? Because that might explain why it's higher. The earlier number in the adopted tip is because we actually aggregated federal sources and should have maybe labeled it federal sources. Instead, it was labeled STBG, but I could be mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Brown, it's my understanding upon review, I did not make the last estimates, but when you look at the federal fiscal year, either 2020 or 2021 ledger, and sum up our entire amount of apportionments, I believe it totals 21.5. So this would overstate STBG for that reason, since it includes other things like RTAG and other federal sources.
So to that point, although it's saying that STBG in the adopted tip is 21.5, it was actually more than STBG with other federal sources combined. So I wouldn't say that it's actually less that we're showing revenue based on the IIJ.
Can I, just to make sure I'm clear, what you're saying is we should continue to program the 21.5, even though it seems like the revenue would only be 19.7 from the conservative point of view?
No, I don't believe so. I think we actually, and Dave did say this is probably worst case scenario, but we actually need to make adjustments, downward adjustments, correct the over programming we have in 24, 25, and 26. I think we have some solutions.
So you're suggesting deprogramming 1.8 over those 3 years?
That's what that 1.8 is, right?
Got it. To make sure, I just didn't, what was being said and what was on the screen seemed at odds for a moment there. Thank you.
Yes, and if I may clarify as well, thanks for your comment, Ms. Rain. Once again, this $19.7 million number is total STBG. So across all these different population bands, there are now 4 of them, and it has a strict rate applied to it. However, even if we cannot use this whole number for any kind of, say, RTA roadway element 1 kind of projects, those are all, I believe, now in the Tucson urbanized area, which is subject to that population band restriction, which is a max of about $16 million in that area. So the most we could use on these currently programmed projects, as they're now seen in the tip, is going to be about $16 million.
Thank you, David.
Can you elaborate on the program? So what is that? Is that something that we're gonna program or we already programmed?
Programmed reflects what is currently programmed in
It's
the
already-
adopted.
it's already in the-
And just to clarify the earlier confusion, that 21.5 is exclusively STBG, not RTAG and other federal fund sources for the program. Is that right?
That 21.5 is STBG and all other federal sources that were apportioned. As
So is there a, do we know the number of just STBG to compare apples to apples in that regard?
if I recall, I could pull it up for you if you give me maybe 15.
And just to ask yet another question, this does not include any of the HSIP or raise or any of that sort of extra funding, correct?
That is correct. It appears in federal fiscal year 2020, where I presume that number 21.5 million was generated from. We had about 19.9 million in STBG funding at a 94.9 obligation authority rate. So it's probably fairly comparable once you apply that rate. Although I don't do mental math on the spot, so I'll not do that.
That's is RTAG being STBG set aside funds, understandably, report together. Are there other federal sources other than those two specifically that would be within that 21.5 number?
That is correct. So in addition to that, you would also see metropolitan planning, which is a portion to MPOs to carry out planning activities through the TIP and the RMAP. You would also see something called state planning and research, which we have never really used because it has a very unfavorable match requirement compared to all of our other federal sources. So we let that one kind of get eaten up by that obligation authority rate. I think that's about all of them I know.
Is what you're looking at on your computer screen something that can be shared for all of us to see?
It's in the materials.
No,
Oh, what
I
he's
can see
looking
his
at.
computer screen.
Oh, he's-
It's not in our
oh.
materials.
That's what Ms. Skinner sees on my computer. Is PAG Federal Ledger, which is again available on ADOT Financial Management Services website. They'll have a bunch of tabs with different funding sources. One will say, I think, Federal Aid Highway Program, and they have every ledger for every COG and EPO in the state of Arizona. I believe they have multiple years for them.
That would be so helpful for this meeting.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna try to get to a point of action, you could probably share your screen because then it'll be public record for all of us rather than having to regroup at a later date once we've all researched it. So can you share your screen or
I don't
email
know.
the group? Is there some way to?
I think we
I'll defer to Jamie on that.
Well, I guess I'm not sure that we're prepared to walk through the entire federal ledger because there's a lot of information there. And also to put it on screen. If you don't feel like you're ready to approve this today, I mean, perhaps that's, and you have some specific questions for us, or maybe that's what we do is we take it back. But I guess I don't want to get bogged down and distracted and pull up something that's actually pretty detailed and complicated, and we could spend quite a bit of time talking about. That'd be my recommendation.
The past, there used to be a finance subcommittee. They used to deal with issues like this, and then they come up when they make the recommendation what the forecast is going to be. Then they pass it on to the TIP subcommittee.
Oh.
Okay, this has already been approved by the finance subcommittee. This is the money. This is what you got to deal with to have a financial constraint TIP. But that was already done by another subcommittee instead of trying to merge it all into one.
Thank
This
you,
one-
Jose.
I don't know if it's still around. I didn't think so.
I don't believe so. Jamie?
It was made up by mostly directors.
Yeah, that's not something we've done for many years. And it was replaced, I believe, by the TIP subcommittee that took on that, as Ms. Skinner said.
Thank you. So would you like to move forward onto the next item? Or are we gonna?
I'll just say, if you could share specifically to kind of what Andy said, if we could have you know, I'm used to looking at what's in the TIP document that shows multiple years of the SDBG, the obligation authority and the spendable resources as a historic reference. If this is not accurate, if you could send us an updated table, because that'll help with looking at what the trends actually have been in this region and knowing what seems conservative or an appropriate approach to forecasting in the future. I think without that, there's just simply not enough information to do anything.
Okay, are you referring specifically to the STVG section or the other portion of this discussion?
I'm talking just the SDBG.
Okay. So I believe that we would, Jamie, I'm not sure that we have the ability to share that link at this moment.
I think I understand your question or your request. There's a table in here. I was just trying to find it. That shows the amount of STBG by fiscal year and the OA rate. You'd like to see an updated version of that disaggregates the STBG that has the 21.5 on.
Correct.
Okay.
That way we can kind of see the trend.
Okay. So that's something that we can bring back in the future or share.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I just want to note again that for most of our purposes, the max amount of STBG, which is 100% of what would be a portion that can be used for a lot of these remaining RTA projects, is that in that 200,000 population band, which is just shy of around $16 million. So even if this number increases 19.7 to 21 or whatever the case might be, then we have to look at funding to carry out and complete the RTA plan in smaller population bands. So I think that will also be a challenge and a hurdle as well.
Thank you, David. Okay, so for this first section, I hear that we have some items that we'll return to with in the future. Do we have any other questions from the committee on the STBG? If we could please scroll down just a little bit to look at the state, the HERF 26 revenues. So these dollars are PAG regional gas tax items, and you will see that for this fiscal year, we have some funding available for project development or project programming. It's an item that we'd like to discuss today and also in agenda item 7. So it's been a pretty active year. There's been a lot of new vehicles purchased, and many of those new vehicles have use a lot of gas. So we've seen this number has gone up pretty dramatically recently, and we want to make this available for the region to program on projects that are in need and are able to move forward quickly so we can get some projects completed. Do you have any questions on the revenue amounts for fiscal 23? So we also have programming available in the next years, 24, 25, and 26, that we can discuss and review how we'll be programming those under item 7. Right, so we'll move on to the HERF 26. HERF 26 dollars are dedicated to ADOT for their program. And we have some money coming up and available to them in the future. Right now, I believe that they're in constraint. They've programmed the money that's currently in the TIP for FY23. I don't know, Mark, if you have any comments that you'd like to discuss about the 26.
Just again, the ADOT Finance does a cash flow for the HERF 26 to identify available funding. They project that out once it's programmed. They project that out over an expenditure rate over. Currently, it's fully programmed out through 26. So and that will be constantly updated when current ADOT projects go to final voucher, get closed out. If there's any remaining 26 on the project closed out, then that will be put back into the cash flow as so. As of right now, as it shows, 10 billion that the program. What are those 2 years that shows it?
We have 24 and 25.
Yeah, so as of right now, there is no bill. Cash flow balance.
I have a quick question. So when you say it's all programmed, is it in the PAG tip programmed or is it, and was that all through tip amendments?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, is that the Keno TI?
So ADOT also does official projections for the HERF 12.6 and the sub allocation as well. And that's what these other 12.6 ones are based on. So does ADOT do the same for STBG, or do they say, PAG, you're good keeping it frozen at 19.7 going forward without a standard 2% increase? Or how does ADOT deal with their STBG forecast going forward?
Yeah, I'm sure the CFO may project that out, but as far as we don't get those increases until we get that federal aid ledger each year. The update, what David was talking about, that historically there is a small increase each year STBG portion. So, but I have never seen a forecast out of the federal aid for each year.
Because we've seen the HERF 12.6 report that comes from
Yes.
the ADOT, whatever the finance peer review group is called. They're not doing that on the STBG, so.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. And then finally, we have the RTA regional revenue projections beginning in 24, 25, and 26. The funds here are currently not programmed and will be available through a call for projects or discussion during agenda item 7. Are there questions related to the RTA regional funds?
I have just one question. I know on the HERF 12.6, there was a prior year balance that was left to be programmed. Is there anything in RTA that exists that isn't programmed in prior years?
Currently, there's not. That money is not allocated. My understanding. We are in transition with Mr. DeGrood leaving us. However, I do not believe that we have funding available by that time.
All the RTA money is program.
I'm
Sure.
sorry,
All the RTA revenues program.
for fiscal year 23, I believe so, yes. And we do have the finances available in the out years, 24, 25, and 26. Those dollars have been dedicated to complete the program. All right, if we have any other questions,
Sure. And
yes.
Paul, just to clarify it, the projection is to be achieved. I mean, they know what they're getting as part of the IGA and the total funding in the IGA. They don't know that, and you know they know projecting that out over say the life of that bill. So to that extent, yes, they projected that out. And as far as the discretionary STBG that ADOT is distributing to Great Arizona, you know, that is unchanged, other than those historically small increases of 2% each year that typically occurs in fiscal years.
And that's essentially what I'm saying, that we should be consistent with that approach from ADOT, rather than taking our own approach on flat SCBG. We should be in lockstep with how ADOT is doing the STBG projection.
Right, and that's over the life of the transportation bill, and I think that's what David said. That's what they're.
Thank you, Mark. Motion that. Okay, any other questions for item number 6?
If I may, Carolyn?
Yes. Jane.
So, this was an action item, but what I'm hearing is that we're not necessarily prepared to take action. In hearing comments, more information would be desirable. But I guess I just wanted to see if that's the consensus of the group before we proceed. Is that okay, Carolyn?
Absolutely. I was going to call that my.
I mean, do others agree that we should wait to take action?
I mean, I'll clarify, it's the STVG that I have questions on. I thought 12.626 and RTA. I didn't hear a lot of questions.
What was the action expecting today regarding this? Approval of this, acceptance of this? That's
So the action was a discussion and possible action of adoption of fiscal constraints table for FY 22 to 24, or sorry, 24 to 26 of the FY 24 to 28 transportation improvement program.
Can I ask another follow-up question on this? I mean, I know we're saying 24 through 26.
Yes.
I understand that 27 and 28 are up in the air in terms of how we would program that revenue, but is it up in the air about how we would forecast the revenues? Or is that something this body should be looking at? Those seem like two different things to me.
Yes, I would just say that because we have questions about programming in 27 and 28, we're not really prepared to share any projections for 27 and 28. When we are prepared to talk about programming in those years, we'll definitely bring forward projections for those years. But we didn't want to bring forward projections for 27 and 28 if we're not going to be talking about programming in 27.
Robin wants to say.
Yes,
This is
Robin.
for the TIP 5-year plan, so we have to program 27, 28. Do we not?
Well, I mean, as I kind of said at the beginning of the meeting, that because of all the moving parts with this particular TIP development cycle, we will need to have some flexibility process. And this is unusual for us just to be looking at 3 years, as was mentioned. We usually look at 5 years. So some important policy directions is needed for 27 and 28. So we may need to delay adoption of the TIP, for example. And we have a current TIP that only must be updated every 4 years. So we have that as a fallback as well.
So policy direction notwithstanding, it seems like we should still be forecasting what's available in 27 and 28. And then the policy direction would be, don't do anything with that, or program it, or leave it to us, or avert your eyes, or whatever the policy direction is. The traditional TIP steps are forecast what's available in the 5-year period, and then figure out the next step of how to program available funds as per project and population band and all the other restrictions on the different players.
Thank you for that comment. And we can take that back. A big question mark, of course, is RTA next. That's a funding source we cannot project. And so that's another reason why we don't want to put something out there that's going to maybe create some confusion about what funding sources are available when we have important decisions about RTA next that need to be made.
If I may also add, I think it would be helpful for our RTA board and our PAG regional council if we, and then TPC and then TMC, looked through 27, 28 and said, we know we have these funding sources. We don't know about RTA next, but we know we have these funding sources. And the subcommittees to the board or regional council have suggested apportionment across these projects in those years. Because we have a sense of what all the rest of the funding sources would be. And then they can make a policy decision based upon what they see in front of them as the lower bodies have said might be a reasonable course of action. Thank you.
Thank you.
For just STBG and Kirk 12.6 alone, we're looking at potential $100 million, 27 and 28. And so why would we not identify that with the RTA board as this could help solve the cost complete exercise. Just seems like setting us up for a difficult situation at a later time where we're gonna have to do that anyway. We're gonna have to figure out what's available in 27 and 28. And then the policy and programming stuff notwithstanding, we should know what's generally even conservatively available in 27 and 28 so that we can advise up the committee chain as effectively as possible.
I would just say that, and I didn't say this at the beginning of this meeting, I think I said at the TPC meeting that it would be an iterative process between TIP subcommittee, TPC, and RTA board, regional council in terms of gathering information from this group about project readiness, et cetera, costs, but also getting policy direction from the RTA board, regional council. So we'll await RTA board or regional council direction for 27 and 28 and come back with projections.
Thank you. If I may, Ms. Patricia Pablo has had her hand raised for a while, so I would like to give her the opportunity to speak. Patricia, are you still interested in making a question or comment?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
I would, excuse me, I would like to have further clarification as well on the STPG funds on how, if it's sub-allocated to PAG within population bands. And I think one of the questions we had from the last meeting was based on what are the population bands. And I'm trying to look at the map, and I think a part of the nation is included within that green line, I think. So just a little bit more clarification on that. And also, I am aware that HERF funds are not, tribes are not eligible. Well, we aren't anyway, the nation here. We're not eligible for the HERF funds. And I think some years back, I did ask for a clarification and I don't remember. So I think maybe just a little bit more clarification on if we are eligible for the STPG funds and as well as the HERF funds and why not. Because it's been a while since I've asked this question. And so, but now when you're talking about the population bands, I'm like a little bit confused there. So just a little bit more clarification on that.
Okay, so I think there are two questions that we should answer. The first one, can we, are we aware if where the band location ends and if they're included in this for the STBG fund population bands?
Yes, thank you for your question. So yes, the map you refer to, it appears that the northeastern, or at least some northeastern portions of the San Javier district of the Tohono Nation are included within the Tucson urbanized area where population is greater than 200,000. For the remaining parts of the nation, I think you're probably, unless you have, well, at least based on the 2010 list on table 6 of this document, I would assume you're in the either other or under 5K category. The only, I'm sorry, I misspoke. We're not going to continue that statement because it wasn't true. Yes, that's my understanding is San Javier district is part of the 200,000 category, and everything else would probably in theory be under 5,000.
And
if I may, but just to state what I said earlier, that the regional funds are still committed to RTA projects. So STBG would still be committed to delivering on RTA projects, just to make sure that that's clear. With regard to the question about HERF, we can follow up with you, Ms. Pablo, about that. I believe there was a determination. I think there was an inquiry at the state level about eligibility of tribal governments. And I think we can probably find that. It was several years ago. But I believe that anyway, we can follow up with you on that.
yeah, but it was a determination made at the state level. It was not a local decision or a decision made within our agency.
I believe you have that correct.
Thank you, Paul.
And I believe that the state decision governing RTA guaranteed sub-allocations to member agencies is restricted to municipalities. Applies to the RTA revenue.
What about the STPG and 12.6?
I'm not sure about that.
I can tell you at the federal level, tribes are eligible for STBG, but I'm unaware of maybe any ADOT or other policies that might restrict them.
Okay, okay, so they're separate things then. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Lane, would you like to make a comment?
I would. That, all that said, there is a state highway running right through the middle of the Toronto automation that is eligible for funds. At the state level.
So that those would be the 2/6 funds or something else.
Whatever the state designated as a project,
Okay.
we could use available funding for that highway, state highway.
So,
Thank you.
sorry, quick question.
Yeah.
Would that just be within that corridor that her funding is located?
Yes,
Okay.
it would be in that right of way corridor, that eastern corridor for the transportation, for transportation purposes.
So does the state have an easement there or does it?
Yes.
Excuse me, this is Jason Pasquiaki. I just wanted to ask a question regarding the map that's attached. Which region or population band is Pasquiaki? The map isn't really clear. I just wanted to clarify what band Pasquiaki's designated.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bahi. I recall this question from the November TPC meeting, and I've been trying to look at it and identify other GIS resources that provide a little bit finer resolution. But it is my understanding as of now, based on this map, that the Pasquiaki tribe would be located in the greater than 200,000 area, the Tucson urbanized area.
Okay.
But I'm going to still try to follow up with better information for the next TPC meeting.
Mr. Bahi, we do recognize that the map we have is illustrative and it is challenging for us to read it as well. Absolutely. So thank you, David, for that follow-up. Are there any other hands raised online?
Is one more question?
Oh, sure, of course.
Is this map going to be updated at all so that we can zoom into an area, specifically the reservation and be able to determine very quickly as to where the tribe is located and what we're eligible for?
Yes.
Is that something, a forthcoming item or action that's going to take place?
Yeah, that's a great question. Mr. Zinda, would you be able to answer that for us?
Happy to. Thank you for your question. This map actually comes from the U.S. Census website, and it will be updated with new boundaries, presumably soon with the 2020 census. I think last I heard, the state was getting new population numbers around December 2022. So I'd expect at least maybe at a national level, or they're two separate jurisdictions of government, that maps would soon follow. However, having that said, this map is just a PDF from the resource it's located on. And I'm still trying to identify and look for better resources, in particular with GIS, hoping to bring those back once I find some better information.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
I don't want to make a commitment we can't deliver on, but we have talked internally about once we get those new population bands and geographies of creating our own map with the GIS files, the federal GIS files, but something that we can also apply our jurisdiction boundaries, and street labels, and really zoom in so that it's clear to read. So that would, wouldn't have it right away. We'd have the official US Census boundary map first, then we could follow at some time later with a hopefully a clear map if it's not clear.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions on people that are joining us from Zoom? Oh, okay, thank you. How would we like to proceed? Robin or Ms. Rainey?
One question to maybe help the group along. If we adopt this as our fiscal constraint for 24 through 26. We do then in future have the option to change that as the situation changes, as far as the revenue changes. Is that correct?
Just do it every year.
Yeah.
Change the next one for,
And that was just where I
amendments
was
on.
going, where we could adopt this and maybe change the verbiage as a starting point for our fiscal constraint in order to get some programming completed and continue to change it through the process until the final time when it's an adopted tip.
There was one time that the revenue didn't come in as projected. And nobody wanted to move any funds around, so everybody took a haircut down the line. But yes, it's possible.
Mr. Lane?
Madam Chair, wasn't that done as part of an annual, and when we were doing an annual?
It did.
That's not the case anymore, so. Then every 2 years? Are we doing every 3-year tip now? I'm not sure what the process is, but.
That's why I asked the question, because we have to have a starting point.
But it
right?
wasn't an involved process, it was part of the tip process.
That was the annual, that's right.
year.
If I may, I mean, I don't think we can just anytime adjust that. I think the table kind of locks us in to what then is our target for establishing a fiscal constraint. And yeah, it used to be done on an annual basis as part of the tip cycle. So it seemed like we could do it, but now we don't know when the next time would be. I would assume, in 2 years from now. That said, if we want to, for discussions today and future tip subcommittee meetings, have a provisional approval of it, and then if you want to make adjustments based on additional information about SDBG, we could do that as well. But I think at some point in the near future, as we move through this committee process, we'll need to finalize that so that we know what our target is for fiscal constraint, if that makes sense.
Given that we're not dealing with 27 and 28, is this not just a tip amendment exercise anyway? Like, we're not really developing a new tip. We're just amending the current 22 to 26 tip.
Are we trying to do 5-year tip?
Well, if we don't know 27 and 28 revenues, we're not even laying out this constraint for a 5-year period.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, good point. And we've talked about that internally. We do have other project lists that go out to 28. Right? We would have an aviation project list from the airport that goes out to 2028. We have an ADOT list that's just this ASDBG that is needed for the 5-year construction program that would go out all the way to 28. Those could maybe be handled too, if necessary, on a tip amendment basis. But we've been proceeding as if we're going to move along with a full tip. But yeah, we may need to delay it and maybe need to take another route with just updates to the adopted with tip amendments. So it's a little bit uncertain at this point, but it could be either or, I think. And we're just proceeding as if we are going to prepare a full tip until otherwise informed.
But we're not, because we're not even laying out the anticipated revenues of 27 and 28. So we're not anticipating development of the full tip. We're preparing for programming through 26. And we'll deal with 27 and 28 later. And that was the point that was made earlier. Let's look at the revenues that we anticipate in 27 and 28, so we can prepare for a potential full tip.
Thank you, Mr. Castrotano. Sorry, Jennifer, did you have a comment that you wanted to?
Yeah, it was a while back, so I'm a little bit far behind at this point, but going back to Catherine's point on the 21.5, I think there's a question and issue there, because as your explanation was that this was already approved and adopted. So if this was something that we wanted to change, it seems like we need to make a recommendation to PAG and regional council that this is something that we would like change once we look at the numbers and figure out if we would like to program something different. But again, I think a lot of this goes back to we can't fully do a 5-year tip unless we have
the last 2 years of the numbers. So until we have those numbers, we really aren't doing anything for future projections, because the only thing we can do is modify what's currently here. And granted, we have better numbers that have been presented today for those first 3 years. So it gives us a little more certainty in those years. But I do think we need some level of projection for year 4 and year 5 so that we can put something forth. If it needs to come with an amendment or something like that in the future, or we get some better information, or, you know, we get some different direction by regional council, we could make that recommendation at that time. But it kind of sounds like we don't have the ability to develop a full tip unless we have those projections. And I completely appreciate what you guys are going through, because I think all of the jurisdictions are going through this internally too. We're minute by minute right now having to shuffle funds from one to another to make them whole, because nobody saw what happened coming. But this is also going to have to be completely changed depending on what happens with RTA next. So there is a lot of uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen, but I do think we need to put forth the best projections we have at this point so that we can deliver the best we have at this point. And we know that's going to change, but sorry.
Oh, thank you for that comment. I did also see that Thomas Garcia has his hand up. Mr. Garcia? Are you still with us? Oh, okay, sorry. Jose, would you like to?
Yes, I was just gonna ask, when do we anticipate direction from the regional council as to what they're gonna do with the 27, 28 funds? I mean, know they're on hold. When do we anticipate clear directions on that?
Mr. Brown, are you able to?
You know, actually, I don't know the time frame for that. I just know that it's an iterative process. We do have scheduled on the next regional council meeting, another update on the tip development process. I think it's going to be a recurring item. So whether or not we'll get clear direction at the next meeting next week, or in January, or you know, I just don't know at this point. I'm sorry.
One more item, Ms. Flood, can I ask you, are you suggesting that we should move forward and just, if that's the first 3 years, or did you have a pass forward on that?
I think that we could move forward with the first 3 years, but I don't think that we can recommend a full tip until we have the rest of the information.
Can I add to a bit of what Jennifer said and the rest of the discussion? First, I think, you know, I know this is iterative and changing in a unique process, but current tip policies requires fiscal constraint for the first 4 years. That's what the tip policy says. So we're deviating from that, which I think, you know, we need to start to articulate clearly what this policy direction we're seeking from regional council and RTA board is, because we keep using it as this nebulous term, I feel like, policy direction, but I think we need to narrow in on the question. So, you know, just like we split out as multiple agenda items, this was about revenue projections, and we can take action with revenues. That doesn't have anything to do with programming. That simply has to do with how much money we have. We've never put forth from, that I recall, at least, from TIP or TPC, the RTA numbers. That's always come from RTA staff and RTA board direction. So really, we're talking about 12.6 and SDBG. Those are like the two ones we play with. 2.6 is up to ADOT. So is there a reason we couldn't look at 5 years for those funding sources?
Our direction was to focus on the current years that we've shared. So if you would like to make a motion to move forward from 23 to 26, we could do that today, but unfortunately our focus and direction was for 27 and 28 not to be discussed at this time until we receive further guidance from the board.
Just a quick question. We don't necessarily by federal law need to fiscally constrain the last 2 years, correct? So if we just estimated which projects we thought could be programmed out there and focus first on the RTA projects, those 2 years, then at least we've looked at all of the projects, including those that the various groups have said could be moved beyond 26, beyond RTA one time. Just an idea.
I agree. I mean, I struggle to see how we progressed forward in this policy direction, which this is what held us up 2 years ago. And we had all of these same conversations. We don't have any better direction. But RTA board is not the body that takes action on 12.6 or STBG. So I think we have to split those two and look at revenues by itself. And I don't know, are we precluded as a committee to amend what staff's recommended action is? I mean, can't we do work here and kind of play with it based on our discussion we've had?
Mr. Brown, I'm gonna.
Well, I think our options are, for today's purposes, we do have adopted numbers in the FY 22 through 26. We could use for the discussion later about the project list. I think that's also going to be preliminary as well. So we're going to need to have more conversations. Or we can adopt, or you can take action on a provisional set of projections for 24 through 26 today, and those can be adjusted later on. But I think in terms of committee discussion and adjustments, I would think that we would want to, staff would want to take those back. Make sure that those, if for example, like the SDBG projection is higher or lower, based on what the committee comes up with, we would want to just look at the ledger and make sure everything's going to balance out. We check the PDOT. So I don't know that we would be comfortable moving forward with an amendment to what was shown on screen. I think our two options would be what David presented, or just use today what is in the adopted tip. And again, as we get more direction from the upper bodies in terms of 27 and 28, we're not going to have the RTA revenue, but we have RTA next revenue. We'll see. Then we'll come back and we can have projections for 27 and 28. When we talk about the projects in the later part of this meeting, we're really going to be talking about years 23 to 26 as well.
You'll articulate for me what these policy directions are so that I understand the questions we're seeking direction on.
So policy direction. So I think I talked at the beginning of the meeting about RTA funds or regional funds being committed to RTA projects. And that, if you look at my notes, that fiscal years 27 and 28 will remain unprogrammed until decisions are made about RTA next. And I think I stated, quoted the motion from January, the regional council to provide official board positions for identifying a proposed plan and funding to complete the projects as part of the original RTA plan and define the specifics of how to address any RTA projects if they are moved into RTA.
I don't hear in those where that affects us taking direction for revenues for the entire 5 years. Can you clarify where in what you said it had to do with programming? My understanding is programming is putting those funds on projects, but can we get through the revenues without talking about where those funds go?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. If we can take that back, Ms. Skinner, if you're saying that you're not comfortable moving forward with just 24, 25, 26, you want to see all 5 years. I just don't know that we have anything for 27 and 28 even to share with you today in terms of projections for 12.6 and SDBG that we're prepared for. And I think our preference would be to come back.
Is there going to be? I mean, I don't have a problem moving forward with a provisional. I don't know what that means because I feel like that's what we did last time. And we never made a change, even though we knew 12.6 had grown astronomically in the 6 months that we kept it low. And so there's $15 million. We could have done a lot more on a project 2 years ago with it than we can today. This is what I'm trying to avoid moving forward. So.
Oh, I'm hearing, we're seeking direction in the future for the out years of the program, but there may be an appetite to move this item forward provisionally by the committee. Would anyone be willing to move the motion?
I'll make a motion. Move forward with the, revenues for FY 2026 original.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Second.
Thank you.
This is Thomas with Town of Sarita. May I jump in? Hello?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so I guess I have two questions. The first question regarding this 24 to 26 portion of the 24-28 program. We'd be programming the next 3 years. And then would for 12-6 and for, I guess, the STPG, would the two outlying years just have nothing in there, or would there be a note on projects that potentially are going to program or be programmed until we are able to pick that up in a future meeting or a future year to show that it is, we have a actual 5-year program? Or, so that's my first question. What's it going to look like in those 2 out years for projects that need to have money programmed and revenues that have not yet been identified? And then the other one is to clarify that in these next 3 years, the 12-6 funding that is available, is that's going to RTA projects? And are those already identified in terms of funding or programming all that money into those RTA programs, or is that what the next step is?
If I may, the first response is, so the out years of the TIP will be blank, so they won't be programmed, and we won't be programming any STPG or HERF 12-6 dollars on projects until a future time. So they'll just be blank. The second question is, I believe the RTA projects that are in need of funds to be completed, they have been identified. And so we do have an idea of what they are, but again, the out years, there will be no numbers programmed until we receive direction.
Okay, yeah, that answers it. So there is a potential to add projects, but without funding. Is that correct?
I don't believe that we'll be adding any new regional projects. We'll be focusing on the RTA list.
Only, okay.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. We move forward with the vote.
Would you like to do a roll call vote?
Yes, I think that would be helpful. Sorry, Sonia.
Vega, Multnomah Planning South Central District. City of Tucson.
Aye.
Pasco-Yaqui Tribe,
Aye.
Pima County,
Aye.
Tohono Nation,
Aye.
Town of Oro Valley,
Aye.
Town of Moran, and Town of Saladee.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, the motion for provisional review passes. And I believe that it's time for us to take a quick break, and we'll hold on item 7 after we've had our lunch. Thank you.
So I'm now back above.
Excuse me, how long is the break? This is,
A half an hour. 20
Okay.
minutes?
20 minutes, 20 minutes, yeah. We may try to do like a working lunch, but we want people to
Yeah.
stretch their legs and go and get the food, sit down, but then we don't want too much time to pass because we have a lot more to talk about. Is that?
That's
okay.
great.
And then
So
the
we'll
food
take
is
a
where,
20-minute break. Thank you.
So return at 12:20. Okay, thank you.
How do we do this on first?
Oh.
Because there's a.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is what we're sharing.
Yeah. Hey, Crystal, is it reclaim posts?
No, not really.
No, it's okay. Right,
It's okay.
so we're live.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So click on share screen. You know, because you are most. Oh. But we want to show the agenda slide first, right? But first, we're going to show the agenda slide, and then you're going to show this one.
All the. Yeah.
HERB funding and RTA funding. Very little ADOT funding. Whereas some of the other projects, will have more RTA funding.
You ready, Robin?
More because of ice shield.
Hey, Robin. Okay, let's see. Are we ready? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back and staying with us. The time is now 12:37 p.m. And we are beginning our meeting. It looks like we have a full quorum, and we actually do have an addition. Mr. Scott Robideau from the Tucson Airport Authority joined us earlier, so I'd just like to acknowledge his presence as well. Last item we discussed was item 6, so we're moving to item 7. This is to review and discussion of draft RTA roadway projects elements for fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2026 of the FY 2024 to 28 PAG Transportation Improvement Program. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Jamie Brown to begin this portion. Thank you.
Ms. Lord. So with this particular item, just so you know, we were thinking this would be kind of a working discussion. We would seek your input on some things. So we do have, as you saw on the slide, it shows as a possible action. We added that in case all the stars aligned and we were ready to take action. But I don't want anyone to feel pressure today to do so, because I think some of you are familiar with our process where the TIP subcommittee would approve the revenue projections at one meeting. There would be some space. There'd be some lists that are discussed at future meetings. Today, we have approval of the provisional projections, and we're also showing a kind of a working list for your input. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not forcing, we don't need to take action today, or request action today, I should say. But we do want to go through this worksheet of RTA roadway element projects and go line by line and seek your input to confirm what we have. And, as we have time and interest, we can start making some recommendations for programming in fiscal years 23 through 26 with funding available. But, I think the first order of business will be to just confirm some things like the updated cost estimates that we provided. We also want to check that what we show as programmed is correct. And also any local fund sources that we need to make sure we capture. And so with that, James Tao, thank you so much, James, for putting together this list. It's an adaptation of another list that you maintain, and you've been working feverishly to put something together to help us with this exercise. We appreciate all of your time. And I think you wanted to provide an overview of this before we launch into kind of the project by project discussion. So I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. Thanks, everyone. Well, this is right. It's a modification of a cash flow sheet that I use almost daily. This takes us just to fiscal 26, but I tried to add the funding needs and revised cost estimates based on what the jurisdictions have provided us. You'll see total project costs, and this may include previous phases from several years ago. It doesn't just identify the current or future piece, but the funding need obviously would. So if we look at this portion here, this should mirror what is in the approved TIP for these element 1 roadway projects. The regional funds are bundled by SCBG and HERF 12R. And then in column N, we're showing the sum of that programming. And from fiscal year 7 through 22, those should reflect the expenditures for those roadway projects. And then column P is the approved TIP for all years. Is that clear? Okay.
That column is limited to RTA allocations in the TIP for all years, is that correct?
The amount in the TIP should mirror the doesn't necessarily mirror the ballot because there are rounding issues in the TIP, so it could be slightly lower or higher, but generally yes. And if you look at column Q, you'll see the original cost estimate, or what we previously referred to as ballot.
Excuse me, this is Jason.
I tried to
Lonnie.
incorporate
We're not
the
seeing
revised
anything on
cost
screen.
estimates that we received a day or two ago. They're similar to what Rigelis put together in August. I did try to update those, and then in column T, we're showing the remaining funding need. Now this works under the assumption that the TIP identifies all funding sources, including local dollars. If this isn't the case, please assist us with this. But that's the way we're starting with that assumption that everything in the TIP is available and it's thorough and exhausted. So if we go back to quickly up here to revenues, the excise tax revenues are based upon the Eller pessimistic dollar revenues that are projected through 26 using 2022 dollars. And then the HERF and SCBG dollars should mirror what David discussed earlier. I included transit just purely as an informational item. We won't be discussing transit today. And then small miscellaneous revenues has to do with investment interest, et cetera. So if you look out here to the total for excise tax through 2026, this will not add up to these 4 years because there's some residual tax dollars we would be receiving for the first few months of fiscal 27. And that gives us the 475 million. At the bottom, I plug in programmed RTA, total HERF programmed for 12R, and SCBG. And the regional fund balance includes both 12R and SCBG. And then you see the total program here for those two sources. So it's largely an RTA document, meaning that it focuses on excise tax and supplanted dollars. Wasn't practical to separate out all the funding sources on one sheet, but I think it's a good starting point. So Jim, I'll pass it back to you.
Other questions?
Can you hear me?
I have a question. That top table that's showing, it should basically echo what we just made provisional recommendations to approve from a revenue standpoint. Can you load that up a little bit so we can see it more easily?
Absolutely.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, if that's not what this top table is showing. I'm assuming that's kind of a carryover of
These
action
should,
we just recently took.
yes, these should reflect what was discussed earlier.
Okay. And then fiscal year 23 is 12R is 55.92 million. Can you?
So that takes into, yes, that takes into account roll from fiscal 22. And I had to include that because those projects rolled those dollars. So you'll see that reflected also in the programming for the individual projects.
That also include the 15 million that was unprogrammed?
For fiscal 22,
Oh, in the table that we looked at before, there was a revenue that was 15 million unprogrammed balance for 12.6.
well, is that legacy HERF, is that 12R or 12.6?
I think everything is associated with RTA projects right now. So I don't know that there's a designation to be made.
Believe that 55 million does not include the 15 million that we identified as new programs for 12.6.
It was 12.6. The 15 million.
And I guess this is really how much you've programmed in the table. It's not the revenues we just approved.
Well, that what you're looking at is the 12R contribution plus roll. So it is revenues for this year. It happens to be programmed, I believe. Well, it isn't fully programmed. So if you
This
go
is
down,
the currently programmed rather than reflective of whatever item 6 in those tables we looked at.
so what I can say, I believe, unless it's changed, is that there is what we refer to as legacy HERF 12.6 that was programmed prior to supplantation. So those dollars can linger. They've lingered for several years. And so there is a difference between 12R and other types of HERF. They're not all bundled in one. And that might be what you're referring to.
If you scroll up to that top table again, we can look at a different year than the 15 million. We just approved provisionally for fiscal year 24, $28.4 million, 12.6. This table shows 22.6. So those are the old numbers that are currently in the tip, not what we're working with. That's the clarification.
Yes, thank you for your question. If I may try, so the 28 million on the table that we provisionally approved is the revenue that was provided, or sorry, the revenue forecast provided by ADOT. Of that, 350,000 is set aside for PAG OWP HERF use. So the usable HERF for the region then is going to be 22,650 in that case for fiscal year 2024. So if you look at that table 1 again on the revenue forecast, you can see we're concerned more with that bottom, the line above, sorry, line above the line, the 2265, the 2365, and whatever else after we have that set aside. Now, this is a little, this kind of does mix a couple of things up in that HERF row there, because on fiscal year 24 through 26, yes, we're saying here's what we have for like actual money in that year. With the fiscal year 23, because as the rollovers, that's more of a balance than an actual like revenue. I can convey it that way.
I mean, to go back to what Catherine just said, now you've got me very confused. We're only going to program 22.6 million instead of the 28.4 million for FY24. Is that what I'm reading in your upper in the top area?
350 is for?
Okay. Sorry to collectively confuse everyone. I may have. Let's try again. So let's look at fiscal year 24. I believe we have 28 million according to ADOT, 421,000 coming in. For PAG OWP HERF activities, which is in the tip, and as a matter of fact, also in table 3 of this revenue forecast document, we have like our consultant services, TABI, transportation art by youth, and so forth. And then looking once again at table 1 for fiscal year 2024, I believe we currently have programs, $22,650,000 in the adopted tip. So when we look at what the ADOT revenue was, less PAG use HERF, less what's programmed, it looks like we have 5 million. So I think the number we want is going to be 28 million less the 350,000. Could you scroll up?
And we're showing 22,650, which is the amount you're showing is just program.
Yeah, so that's what's in the current tip. So we should have another 5,400,000 on that number as well.
And if I may jump in, so, you know, thank you, James and David, for putting this together. And I think that's a great question. It's one we want to put a pin in and circle back and make sure we have the correct numbers there. I think for the purposes of this discussion today, let's get through each project, going through and just confirming some of the numbers. And if we have time, let's go back and pinpoint any errors we might have in the revenue side and fix that. But I do want to make sure we go project by project and get confirmation on some of these things. I do think these are all valid questions, but we do need to make sure we get through this item. So if that's okay with you, Madam Chair, can we proceed? Or Catherine, is that okay?
I'm just trying to see what the agenda, review and discussion of draft RTA roadway element project list. So we're basically just reviewing what's in the tip now. Are we going to have a discussion about what we want it to be in the future tip or not? I guess I don't know what our goal here is.
Yeah, well, our first step is to identify what is that funding need, and to identify that funding need, we want to make sure that the information we have in the current tip is correct, that we have the correct updated project cost estimates, that we've incorporated the local funds. Let's isolate that funding need, and then we can come back and say, okay, now we know what the needs are per project, and we know, and then we've got to make sure we got the revenues correct. But what is the available funding to program? Again, can we accomplish all of that today? I don't know. We can try, but let's first, if we could, just make sure we get to the funding needs. So if we can go project by project, please, and just look first, I guess at the top one, Town of Miranda Tangerine Road. Know if you would be able to speak to this, Jennifer, if the programming looks accurate to you, and or if you have any suggested changes. Same with the updated total project cost, and also any questions about whether or not the local funds have been incorporated. And if you'd prefer that we start with another member agency, we could do that too, because
No, I think what you have is accurate. This one, the kind of two projects. So that's why the phasing went over multiple years, because so there was the first phase that's been constructed, the phase one, and then the remaining project that's happening right now got split into two projects. So then there was 2A and 2B. So that's why the funding is moving forward like that. I believe that's the best information that we have at this time. The only caveat we would put on that is we're currently going through the CMAR process, so we will have better numbers very shortly on that portion, but funding wise.
so in terms of ensuring that we're capturing local funds, does it look like that's incorporated into the total cost estimate? And James, maybe help me out with this one.
So we worked under the assumption that all funding sources were reflected in the tip, and the funding needs based on those funding sources being exhausted. And this is a funding need beyond just RTA dollars or supplanted, or this appear accurate if there are other funding sources available.
Yeah, there's funding as well.
Those include local funding.
And if you don't know right now, that's okay. We can
Yeah,
also follow up.
Let me double check a couple of numbers.
Sorry, you could leave it there for one. Sure.
James, there was several $1 million that came from the state of Arizona for this project, right? And that's incorporated, I believe.
If that's in the tip, then yes.
I see that there's a question on the floor. Can we take that question quickly while okay, thank you. What was the name? Jason, floor is yours. Well,
Can you hear
Jason, are you with us?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
As we go through this, we don't want to put people in an uncomfortable situation where they're confirming the numbers and they think, oh, we're locking this in too. If you're not comfortable, we can come back to you later today or even, ask for follow-up and get that funding need identified. So let us know if you're not ready to confirm that.
I have a question. So as this is on the screen, I'm also looking at I believe the latest RTA completion exercise funding needs analysis. So what's the crosswalk between those two? Because for Tangerine on this, it showed 21 million for fiscal years 23 through 26, but on the last presentation to regional or RTA board, it was 31.9 million.
I can answer that. So some of the information that were requested were last on the 28th, I believe, that was due the 28th. We took that updated information, added it to this number today. So the updated projection costs have been included in this document. So you will see a difference between what was previously shared and what we're looking at today in that sense.
But in terms of what's shown for fiscal year 23 through 26, it's the same 23 through 26 in the tip. There haven't been changes. So that number seems like it should be the same between the two exercises.
I believe there was a recent IGA that was completed.
Okay.
It was, yes, and that it hasn't been updated in the tip, but that was recorded a few months ago, so it needs to be updated, yes.
We have not formalized the tip amendment on that one yet, Catherine, so it hasn't been shared out with the completed yet. It is on deck though.
Okay, so would it be correct to say that this does not align with the most recent presentation to RTA board for cost to complete?
I would say that we have received updated information that we included here. And it is not in exact alignment with that information and updated.
Are you specifically referring to fiscal years 23 through 26 programming? Is that the nature of your question?
Yeah, fiscal year 23 through 26 approved funding is what is okay. So, yeah, so in the table, it's broken down differently in what's been presented to RTA board. There's a little math on the side, but the last presentation actually showed 31.9 million plus 8.8 million for Tangerine in funding for those 3 years or 4 years rather, 23 through 26, which is different than what's here. So I don't know what the difference is.
Well, and it may be because it's an active project, so there's additional things that are being pulled from it for the 23. So it's probably the 23 number that's changing as we're continuing to pull from that.
And, I think this has maybe been said at other committees, but we are going to be using this tip development process, today to make sure that everything is correct and up to date. So that is part of this exercise through the tip process.
The revenue shown on that top row, that's all RDA funds, right? Like, for example, that 12 million.
The 12 million is RTA, and then the second line
Regional.
is regional.
12.6.
So in this case, I believe it's all 12R.
Jason, I see that your hand is up again. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah, there was something wrong with my mic earlier. I was trying to reply to everyone. I'm not seeing anything on the screen. And I didn't see anything from that gentleman that presented earlier. There was nothing on screen for
Thank you
promote.
for letting us know. We'll work with our team and make sure that that's screen sharing.
This is Patricia. I can see the spreadsheet on my screen.
I'm going to sign off and log back in. Maybe that will solve the problem.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Mhm.
Left off with you.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I've sent out some information, so if we could come back to that just to make sure, because I don't want to make any mistakes.
Okay, yeah, come back to that later.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, if we can move on to the next project, I believe this is City of Tucson's Silver Bell Road grant on that project. You could please help us just confirm what we see as program, if that looks accurate.
I mean, I can only go off of what's in the book, right?
And in terms of the revised total project cost estimate shown on screen, does that look accurate as well?
The Silver Bell, the revised cost estimate. I think there's a bit of an issue there. We had been asked for updated cost estimates that would have been inflated. And while this one shows the cost estimate, it doesn't show the inflated amount. So the original estimate of today's dollars would be 43.865. Is that what you have?
Yes.
But as it extends into next year, we had estimated that it may be closer to 45.5 million, just as if inflation continues to the point where we're advertising in 6 to 8 months because of the issues with the utilities.
So, I'd be happy to plug in the figure you're more comfortable with. So we can change this if you'd like. It's like over 45 number.
Well, I guess I feel more comfortable with the inflated amounts as we continue to have construction costs inflating. Because I feel like if we plug in the lower number and then we still continue to have these inflation bits, as I understand it, some of the water materials, and that's part of the issue we're having with the Silver Bell, is that it's taking a year to get the materials. And I'd like to account for the inflation that would take place over the period of that delivery.
So if I may, Robin, are those the numbers that you shared with us earlier this week? We can use those?
Yeah, I
Okay.
would be more comfortable with that.
Okay, so there are two numbers that you shared with us. There was a number on the left, and I think that
The column Q was using the inflated value, the percentage that you would provide, you had sent to us that needed to be incorporated into the tip. So Q is that value. It looks like it hasn't been applied to any of these projects. So maybe you're grabbing from P, which was based on the cost to complete exercise, September 2022 values.
okay, so for column Q on, we're on Silver Bell, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so I've got 43,865,000. Does that sound right?
No, 45,488. You copied the second number.
Okay, so 45,488.
Or put that-
I just,
So you'd like for us to use the numbers on the right, correct? On the,
that would go down the line. Just as an additional, well, no, we're not for 70 yet.
because there's some talk here. I'll just, in a pause, I'll just remind everybody that this is just a worksheet, okay? And that any recommendations that come out of today are not final. So it's just, this will be really helpful for us as we move through the process to gather this information. So we don't want to apply too much pressure to this exercise. Again, this is just a worksheet as this process unfolds. So did we, in terms of that project, are we able to move on? Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I guess with the funding need, did that look accurate? Let's, I guess you can't see it on the screen, so. James, when you're ready to maybe scroll over to the right, please, just to the funding need. So that would leave a funding need of, well,
So there is also 3 million of impact fees for that project. But I'm thinking it's not being captured on this spreadsheet at this time.
okay.
Okay. So that wouldn't be in the approved tip. This is an additional 3 million.
Well, that's the 3 million that was originally promised through the RTA fund. Yeah, so that's in the tip, but I don't see it reflected there. Because you have.
So the in that instance, we would add that at a later date. So today I'm just showing we just focused on the cost estimate, and there will be instances where it subtracts from the tip, that it won't be exhaustive in that sense. So the tip in column P should capture all, well, ideally would capture all fund sources.
But it's already programmed in the tip. Is it in that piece, 48 million already?
Could be.
Okay, so
Can't do that math in my head, sorry.
Yeah, that's something, yeah.
I mean, these numbers just don't match with the cost to complete exercise, like fiscal year 23 through 26 is a set. Now, I don't know how many tip amendments we've processed since October 20th.
We haven't.
So cost to complete exercise for this project has been showing there's 39.5 million of approved funding in fiscal year 23 through 26, and this shows 35.9. So I guess I'm having trouble understanding what this is showing.
well, it intends to show us the approved tip as it sits currently. So if you log into the tip, these numbers should be what you see.
Is it possible for a PAG staffer to log into the tip to verify that? Because you know, I'm like Robin, this is like 20 tip amendment focus, so that's not going to verify it very easily here for us.
Let's see, Jamie, I think we probably could do that, or would you like for us to continue?
I think that's I mean, if that's something that one of us could do, I'm not sure that I have familiarity with the tools in the TIP database to do that. You could coach me in terms of doing the summation, or if you could do it, would it?
Sure, I can do it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to just double check that right now, please confirm that.
Yeah, stay here, James.
If you don't mind adding a column, please, for local funds.
And then that
would make sure we capture that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's what it is. Is there two? I mean, we treat it. Yeah, this is too much.
And Carolyn, would it be good to take a break? Do you need anything minutes?
I think we can do this very quickly. Okay, someone read the tip numbers.
That's 5606.
Oh, this one's 38. This was 39. That one has 0. Mm.
Yeah. Grant Road or the road swap.
No, 5606.
And I don't know which one it is now. That's, oh, it's 48.
48.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
10 million off.
It's 9 million off. Between friends.
Do you see the discrepancy?
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the funding needs analysis that comes from the last board, it's showing that the TIP currently has 39 some odd million programmed for this project. And this spreadsheet is seeming to show 48, so it's just a difference. And I can't. I did not bring my calculator.
Okay.
We would expect the project costs column to change, but not the 23 to 26.
Right.
funding.
Right. I mean, I'm happy if it's really, 48, because then we're to the good. Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why we're here. We're here to make changes on the sheet as we go. And if there are errors, accuracies.
I'd love it if
That's
it's
the
right.
point. That's the whole reason for this. So yeah, we're happy to make those changes.
48 though, that's on there that you're looking at
Yeah.
is from inception. It's the fiscal year 07 through 22 plus the fiscal year 23 through 26.
Oh, you're right. It's showing 35.9 and the
It's a
23 to 26.
35.9.
Yeah.
Still a discrepancy, but
So
So
the other way though.
Yeah.
this project initiated in 2006, so it's been around for a long time. For FY 23, we have 19,909,000 programmed, and those dollars include the Planet Park, regional RTA dollars, and a City of Tucson match of 3 million.
So as I said initially, this sheet's not perfect. It's limited because it focuses on RTA and Planet Earth, and in some cases STBG. So what you see in the program portion is only going to be those three fund sources. I know that it doesn't work when you take it out to the right, but this is what we were able to put together in short notice. So it's a starting point, and it gives us an idea of where we need to go. And admittedly, it's incomplete. But what's program 23 through 36 should reflect the tip when it comes to those three fund sources.
I mean, for the purposes of this, could we add the local sources to that column to get, I mean, it's not going to show up here today, the programming for this exercise. I think that would be too time consuming to try to do that. But I mean, could we add the missing local?
Certainly. I mean, for a later presentation, absolutely. We
I
can
mean, is
just
it
plug it
possible to
in
do
here.
that now? Is that, I mean, if we know what the local,
Sure.
the missing local funding is.
If you'd like to, sure, of course.
Basically, what you're showing here is what rolled from 22. And then what was already programmed in 23, but it does not account for money that we've expended to date in 23.
That's correct.
Right.
So that's what the difference is. I think that's what we're getting at is there's expenditures and versus programming in the tip. So it's a
Right.
moving target in a way.
So this is purely as of July 1, no expenditures are listed. So,
Okay, so I do see that there's 3 million of City of Tucson impact fee dollars that are designated to this project. And we have seen them.
Yeah, I'm actually seeing a little bit more in fiscal 24 as well. But
In 24, I see that we have 545,000. And then out in 26, we have 6,400,000 of PC. How could you call it DIFO or DIFO? Everybody calls it something different.
I just call them impact fees.
So, yeah, so well, we see that.
But that really can't be applied to this project. It can only be applied to the one that's been delayed, correct?
Correct.
So that needs to be removed from this project.
Huh?
The impact fees need to be removed from.
It's on Silverbell as in project 5 from the RTA roadway list, but it's in the part that's in the unincorporated county that's been deferred.
Right, because this Silverbill project on here is the entire corridor, but the segment that got pushed to a future year is in Pima County, and the one that's imminent to be advertised is not in Pima County. I mean, unincorporated Pima County, we still exist in Pima County.
So,
So should we, for today's purposes, should we add the 9.945 as local into that column? To at least get this tip ID to be accurate, but then maybe even note that the impact fees need to be shifted into the other phase?
That's the tricky part about including future dollars, local dollars, because some of these segments aren't included in this discussion. So then we're adding in impact fees that are designated for a later phase that aren't here. So then, it doesn't give us an accurate picture. So I think there are several instances of that where technically, yes, we're showing local dollars, but we have to be careful about placing them in the incorrect phase. So,
But this one captures all phases, right? This tip ID?
It captures all phases, and I will also tell you that the second number in FY23, the 6.4 million, is not just 12R, it's all 12.6. Because some of that 12.6 was for the archaeology work and was in addition to the original amount.
so if on something like Silverbill, where we are exhausting ballot, it's not as useful to say it includes all phases, because there are no dollars left for the final phase at this stage. We haven't identified that. So that's just another wrinkle.
yeah. So Robin, I do see that we have 2.5 million of the HERF dollars set aside for study, and that's for the in archaeology. You see that there. Amy, how would you suggest we proceed?
Well, again, the purpose of this is to make sure we have accurate information to the best of our ability. And I don't think we're able to split these projects today into separate phases. But what we are showing, what we do want to make sure is this reflects what's in the tip and what your understanding is. So to the extent possible, since regional funds is not broken out by fund source, I say, but it is inclusive of SCBG 12.6 or 12.6. Having that separate column for the local piece, if we could add the 9.945 to that, to at least get to the correct total here, I think that would be helpful. But I think we do need to go back as staff and maybe make some adjustments at a later time. But this is helpful again as a worksheet, just to make sure that we have this discussion and capture all the information. What do you think, Carolyn and James? Does that work for you?
Absolutely. So for the local amount for Silverbill, provide that number again.
So for FY23,
Well, we're going to plug it into just a column, or are we actually adding it to? Is the preference to just add it to column U, or to plug it into the year under regional?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we'd have time to reconstruct this and add. I mean, if that works, but I think the quickest solution would just be to in aggregate add the local funds as in the new column, just to make sure that our total is correct for program, that we incorporate local. But we do, I think we need to go back maybe and disaggregate this, the regional funds, include local funds as well by fiscal year.
But this is again, the first one we hit where there's a phase that's going to be kicked out farther, right? And that goes to the Pima County impact fee question, and whether there should be a second tip item for that future segment that would include the Pima County funding at this point, but then ultimately someday in 27, 28, 29, whatever, it would be funded.
Yeah, I mean, it would never show up in the 3 years that we've been talking about
Would go beyond the
programming,
3 years,
so.
yeah.
Kind of just like a footnote to the side, I guess.
And Catherine, are you guys going to be reevaluating contribution amounts as those projects unfold through RTA next, updated cost estimates, all that? Are you going to be re-looking at funding amount, contributions, and all that? Is that kind of on your radar screen, thinking about that?
I think there's a lot of policy decisions that have to be made before we could comment on what kind of local funds go to potentially an RTA next, potentially a continuation. Is this still RTA? So, I mean,
Sure.
If we were going to program 27, 28 in any way, then it maybe could move into that as an assumption of an existing number.
yeah, I mean, that's what we reserved. I'd have to look at impact fees for our new program. We've gone beyond the year that we can play out old impact fees that current RTA was built off of, because we have to be done spending those at the end of 24. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to check with pushing a project this far out.
Yeah. But it would be correct to just blanketly assume then, just because it was listed at one point in time under one plan, that it's gonna automatically, without any question, carry over, same for outstanding debt. That would be very premature.
I mean, our approach for every project that we've contributed to in the RTA plan from an impact fee perspective is to look at what's incorporated at that time, because annexations change where we can spend money. What's the equitable portion of that project in the unincorporated county? And is the amount of money we're spending less than that or more than that? We're not going to spend more than the improvements in our area.
Yeah, so that sounds like a conversation that's not going to be held in this room.
I agree. 100%.
So I do appreciate you bringing that forward. Jamie, do you have a?
No, thank you. This is really helpful. I just want to also kind of keep us back on track to go through all these projects if we can, just again to confirm what you see programmed or make recommendations for adjustments, confirm the total cost estimates, and also the local budget. So this is just going to be our foundation for the TIP process. Appreciate it. Let me just get back on track. Are we comfortable with Silverville yet in terms of at least the total project cost estimate, what's programmed, less the local, and then showing the local as a different column?
And that's the entire ballot amount for that particular line item at this point in time, correct? What's left of it?
Is that your understanding, James?
So this ballot, and this is the cost of the element is.
Right, it's plus whatever else, but it also, it exhausts the ballot.
It does, yes.
Did we lose the column on the local?
Added a column over here. Add that amount.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was the amount again? Here.
I had 9,145,000.
But if you put the whole 9 million as outside costs, just know that the 6 million of plus of Pima County default can't go on this one, and that's why I was suggesting another tip ID for that one.
Right. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's a great candidate for that, because as far as I know, there's no activity in that segment.
So it looks like we've got 9,400 of impact fees, 3 million from the city, and the rest is from the county of impact fees.
So should we just the 3 million?
3,500,000.
3.5?
It's, I see 3 million in this.
I see 3 million in 23 and 545 in 24.
Correct.
And then
3,545,000. So I think maybe we should could like look at these, go through this, but I do think we should confirm that.
That is, thank you, Carolyn, for pulling up the TIP database. I think that's helpful. So Maybe we can move on to the next project. First Avenue, Orange Grove, China. So this is the one that's being delayed, correct?
Yes, yes, and we just wanted the city to, this is a county project, the county to agree that we would zero this out in the current.
I
23 through 26.
I mean, I tend to agree that's what we're doing, but I don't know if we're doing a similar exercise in terms of programming of funds with all of these projects. So I think we should maybe be consistent about what we're trying to, the information we're trying to populate this sheet with, because it didn't sound like we were going for fiscal constraint at this time.
Well, I believe that we established that it's accurate as it relates to RTA dollars and planted sources.
But not with our new projected revenues.
Not at this point, Catherine. I believe we're going through the project list and just accuracy and we're looking to have that conversation.
And that may be something we can't handle today, especially if we need to go back and confirm numbers. But again, laying the foundation, does everything look correct? And I think for this purpose, I mean, if this is a delayed project, you know,
And I agree, it won't be in 8 years.
Yeah, right.
And I don't know the value of the project, is the scope is, I think, not determined at this point.
But we aren't changing the ballot amount. Dollars, everything that's still listed here. But it's just then we know that in those years, 23 through 26, no activity will take place on ballot 13.
That's accurate.
That would, okay. So if we zeroed it out, that's all we would be saying. Thank you.
Is that consistent with policy? I mean, I know there's been recommendation by RTA board to defer it. Is it the final say? Should we be zeroing this out, or do we wait for RTA board, explicit policy that those projects are absolutely, definitely not going to be delivered before 26? I'm just making sure. I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure before we touch anything that we're in complete strict adherence to the policy direction that we're getting from.
I think for today's purposes, yes. Yeah.
That's it. I'm comfortable.
And I think it's a little, this one's easy because it's a discrete project, a discrete tip ID. It's not going to be as easy as others. So we're going to figure out how to wrestle with that in terms of delay. Okay, so the next project, we may move on. Is there anything else on this we should discuss? Okay, thank you. First Avenue, Grant to River. Song project. If you could mind please confirming the programming in the tip, those three items, then programming, the total project cost, and any additional local funds that we need to add in the call.
Yeah, the programming looks right.
Okay.
The total cost, I think we established on all of ours is higher. This one especially so because it's in a far future fiscal year. We had to make some assumptions about what year was going to be constructed because we don't yet have approval from the board to move ahead with the 4-lane. And this amount does assume that it's the 4-lane cost, not the 6-lane cost. And that's the 125, 699. Right now there's 2.8 million of impact fees. Still left to expend.
Robin, can we go back on the years or the amounts programmed? If you can scroll back over, James. 11 million for fiscal year 23, which we're already about halfway through.
I didn't say we were going to spend it. I'm just saying that that's what was in the program.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I'd seen it.
Yeah, I'm confirming that that's what's in the tip.
Got it. Never mind.
Which was kind of to my point. We erased it for the others as if we're programming a new tip, as opposed to confirming what's in the tip. So we might be introducing confusion by doing two activities in those fiscal year 23 through 26 columns.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna expend 11 million in design this, because that 11 million is split between design and construction in the TIP.
Sign and right away.
And I probably will spend 4 million in design, but not
Not
in
11.
23.
Can you revisit what your total cost on that project is now?
125,699 is what we're currently thinking it'll. I mean, it's,
Presuming 26.
we're assuming
26. 26.
2026 construction start. So this is another one that, as far as the funding is concerned, you know, you should probably put most of the construction in 2026 if we're not going to be programming 2027. But depending, I mean, it's going to take a while to design it. It's going to take a while to acquire right of way, remove utility, and so we assume 20, 25, 26 for construction start. Definitely a 2-year project.
Okay, well, so this is, again, I think that to your point, Catherine, I think that's good. We don't want to mix activities here. But yeah, I think to have a conversation about, is this project really ready to, you know, are we drawing down this money in 23 or do we need to make some adjustments? I believe that's going to be a separate process. Let's just, yeah, it's a separate discussion. Let's just go through this exercise, just confirm what we see, and then come back and talk about readiness and adjustments and also funding needs. So
No, I apologize. That's good clarification. Now I see what you guys were meaning.
yeah,
So I
thank you.
apologize for that.
Well, good discussion. So James, I think you updated the total project cost. Thank you.
I did, yeah.
Were there any local funds we should?
Thanks, you. What was that amount you rattled off? Like 2 point something, 3 point something?
8 million.
2.8 million.
What's left effective.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, round numbers, I think it's a little bit less.
So move on to the next project, I believe. Thank you.
So we're not meant to be distributing it where it really is going to be spent right now. Even though we did that on first.
We could, I mean, it's,
Well, I think if we could go back and do that after we just go through all of these, I know it's, I'd hate to get to run out of time and not be able to confirm some of these other numbers on all the projects. Okay, so the next project. PRR underpass. Does that look accurate to you?
have the tip ID number handy. 8406.
8406.
Yes.
I mean, we're seeing more numbers in 23 in the actual tip, but did some of that get just moved into in 23 and then did some of that get moved into a future year or?
And we need to come back to that one, Robin, once Caroline gets back to confirm the tip database. Unless you're looking at it,
The
David.
second two numbers, but not the top number and the bottom.
Wouldn't be shown, right? James?
Oh, is this? Oh, I see. Mine is actually. That is actually different.
Well, yeah, keep in mind that that project list is dated.
Oh, it's still, it's got 4 numbers, it's got 2. So the ones in the hard copy are what's reflected there, but the one that's online. Although the one that was online reflected more what was on here for Silver Bell, the one that's online doesn't reflect what's on here, but the hard copy does. So I don't know how to answer the question as to whether or not this is what's actually programmed.
Okay, well,
Can I make a suggestion? I mean, I think that what we can do is focus on the columns to the right, which is kind of what Jamie said. What do we currently think it's gonna cost to complete?
Yep.
That's gonna, I mean, ultimately, whatever gets into the tip should tie out with the RTA cost to complete.
Correct.
They're not gonna all happen today that way, and clearly there's a lot of missing numbers in these green lines. But I think we all came ready to talk about how much the projects cost today.
Yep.
Except for the ones that got deferred to the future, because I didn't look at those. It's beyond 26.
Right. Those 4, right?
But we'll know that ain't possible.
And maybe before we meet again, if this is the spreadsheet we want to use, it can be shared a week or so ahead of time, so we can check our numbers, we can start to annotate it based on when we think these projects can be delivered, when the years we would need additional funds, and add our local contribution, because then you're really building a tip instead of checking 2 lines of an incomplete project.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful because I'm just having a hard time verifying based upon the information I have.
Sure.
With
Yeah, let's just focus then, on the total project cost and the funding need today. I think we're going to need to come back for the programming aspect of this another time, once we have reviewed this and make adjustments. So yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. We want to just focus on these columns for now. So in terms of the total project cost estimate for that project, does that look accurate? PRR, your cost ratings right there.
And I think we're up at 25 now.
I thought we were at 25.
5,118.
Yeah.
Correct.
there you go.
And any local funds we need to make sure we capture? If you're aware of, and we can double check as well.
I don't believe the grant underpass had any local funds.
I can confirm that with the tip.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so maybe we'll move on to the next project. Oh, good.
I'm sorry, quickly on this one, there's the 2,509,000 of FTP that we can't roll forward. It needs to be. This is the project that has the FTP funds that aren't able to be utilized this year, so those keep track of that for the future.
Yeah, that's a great point. I know we're not really making adjustments to the programming right now in this step of the process, but we did say that, and it is time sensitive.
Yes, it is.
23, so 2.5 million. Program.
It does need to be deprogrammed and moved into a future fiscal year. If that amount, whichever it is, if it ends up being a federal amount that you need to add back into this, I would say to put it all the federal funding into 25 because of having to have all of the federal funding in 1 year, I believe. If that's not the case, because we covered that sort of earlier, if we can do a several year so that we can get all the STP programmed, I'm fine with that too, because I think we would start construction near the end of fiscal 24, probably.
Robin.
And I think though we have to acknowledge that the funds are being released back to the region. There's no way to reapply those federal funds to that project, but we will be coming back to the funding needs and maybe there are other funding sources. So there's no guarantee that we can roll that, you know, because we can't roll federal funds forward.
No, you can't roll it. That's why I want to make sure it was clear now that that's not federal funding that we can expend in this fiscal year. So somehow it needs to be.
Yep. Yep. It's okay. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't catch that because I was having another conversation.
Oh, I'm just saying about the 16 million in 24 as well. You're saying that's.
Right. That's what we were just talking about. Yeah, but I mean, that's a lot. But if it all has to be in 1 year, my vote would be for 25.
So, we decided to stay on the right side of the screen, but should I zero that out or?
Well, yeah, I think the point has been made that we're not really talking about shifting yet. So let's not do that.
Yeah, let's hold that on.
Let's come back to that. Let's just kind of confirm the values in the worksheet today.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you can also see that even at 25, which is our escalated amount, it's still under the ballot amount. So yay.
Good. Great, thank you. Okay. Okay to move on to the next project.
All the way to Grant Road,
Is this tip number?
5506.
Just have it.
So we can, are you saying we can skip downtown links and Broadway?
Sorry.
Are we skipping downtown links and Broadway? Yeah. Okay.
Links and
They're great.
Broadway, there's
Sorry,
nothing
yeah.
really to discuss. Yeah.
I was looking at the left-hand columns. Okay, Grant Road.
Back in the slideshow programming, just.
So down, where are we now?
Grant Road. It's sharing briefly the side of the screen.
So that's what's in the tip now, but I was given to understand that it's like 31,000 or something short of the ballot amount.
So the likely because of rounding, the tip is about $36,000 less than the ballot amount, the programming that's in the tip.
Okay.
So the exhibit reflects the amount in the tip. That's why it's 36,670 below the 160,850 ballot amount. That was the.
That all be in the tip? I mean.
So that's why the exhibit looks like it does. So the policy is that we reflect what's in the tip.
Can I ask, because I know it used to happen to our projects quite frequently, is all of the RTA signage that says, our promise delivered to you, that comes out of the ballot amount. So it just comes off the top. And so you never realize the entire ballot amount. That's been our experience. So that might be what's happening since elements of grant have already been delivered. Do I agree with it? I'm not commenting, but we found that to be a common occurrence.
So that again.
We had been actually having it as part of the project and having a contract to put it out.
So early on, Graphic Impact had, I don't know how it's done anymore, but probably first 5-8 years, I feel like the projects we delivered, we would coordinate with Graphic Impact directly, but then it charged to some master contract with RTA and would just come off of the project.
What comes out of the project, he's always, yeah,
Mhm.
that's what happened to him.
Is that still happening now? I wasn't aware of that.
I don't know where it charges.
Since the grant oracle happened early on,
It happened
you
on
could
the
have had
track,
2
too.
years of signs that you didn't know about.
So we still do the signs. Yeah, I couldn't tell you when it's charged, but we still do that.
I'm certain that the amount though was nowhere near 36,670. So it's small.
I mean, again, I feel certain that whatever you've got there reflects whatever is currently in the tip. I would, really want to have, if you really need that confirmation from us, I would like to have this spreadsheet so we could do the math and make sure, because I think it would be helpful to you.
I'll see what I can do. Yeah, maybe separate it out by jurisdiction, so you see your own, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care if I see anybody else,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right, thank you. So where did we leave off? Grant roads?
Yes, Grant Road.
Okay, so we want to verify the updated total project cost estimate for the local funds that we may need to make sure we capture.
I think there's still about $1 million left of local funds. Of impact fees.
In the tip, I see that we have 1,088,000 of local dollars. And that was, we agreed on that number during the bill.
Oh. Again, that's one that's split between two projects so that the total amount of the Grant Road project is quite a bit. I mean.
Yeah,
You'll see in the column P, we were referencing for the costs, you just need to add the two.
It looks like they did
phases.
249.84
So the column P is
reflected in the
just
revised
reflects the
total.
ballot with minus the 36,000. And there was a sufficient amount remaining in ballot and in the current amendment we were just talking about to cover construction on phases 3 and 4. So basically the 88,990 you see here is the funding need. That's for phases 5 and 6.
That should be 95.5.
And I just saw the larger number. So I'll go ahead and change that.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Moving on. 22nd Street. I think we're gonna maybe just focus on the right-hand columns.
Okay.
Fine, I can go this down. Total project cost look accurate. We need to update that. Local funds, we need to make sure to capture in that local column.
Total project cost for the stage 3. So here's where it gets into difficulty. It should have in excess of 78 million, except that stage 3 is the one that we did boot. So probably the total left to expend on 22nd Street is more along the lines of the 145,700. Because of the last phase being kicked down the road.
You're saying the spending needs should be adjusted to 145,700,000. And also, it's all in aggregate, right? It's all in phases. So.
Well, I think you guys added both of them together to get the 270.
Mm-hmm. But you're correct. We delayed that final stage. I think the keynote is delayed. So.
But is that really what we want to do? Because that last phase was one of the ones that we determined as a bunch of agencies to. Like you zeroed out the Orange Grove one.
Right.
It makes sense to zero out second.
Well, we can't zero it out because it's not something that's really included in 23 through 26. So that's one of those instances where it's there, but there's no money for it. So it's not being shown. The dollars you're seeing are only for the viaduct.
But in the number that you're editing, isn't that the cost to complete the entire ballot number?
And that is, yes, and that's, I was removing it, but right in but if you look at the programming side, it's just, there's just the dollars there address only the viaduct. So the west portion there would be no, it's already hits ballot and beyond on that piece. But you're correct, Catherine, here in this portion, it does show the entirety, including the west end. So I'll go ahead and remove that piece and yes, a better number here.
Wait, 190. So, oh, let's see, 192. 192 is the total of the two? 145 plus 78 does not.
So,
And phase one,
Oh, plus phase one.
Probably.
Oh,
so the
yeah,
first phase was, sorry.
That's phase one and phase two, not phase three. Got it.
Right, right.
Okay. So that's the 145. All right. And then
That 87 number isn't right.
extra funding is a $25 million raise grant.
So Rick is at 87 above and beyond.
No, I thought that was reflecting what we need going forward, correct? That's what that column is representing?
That's what this is, the funding, total funding, right? Because their number is at 145.7. So we had.
So 145.7 is our target number we've been using, yes. When we were doing the cost to complete, anybody that saw it, we were using a higher number because it was in progress.
So we had about 59 of RTA and supplementation.
So you're already factoring in the
right, another
funding
10
on that part. Okay.
You got another 10 of other sources.
Okay.
And then you have to also account for your, that's including this 58, wait, 46,459.
We get stuck on something, something's missing, as we share this out, we'll request your feedback as well. Make sure we capture it.
22nd also has Peter County bonds.
Games in the column for local, do you mind?
Sorry, what was the amount?
You get
The local amount.
bonds. What do you,
131.
it's got Peter County bonds, it's got a raise grant, it's got a little bit left, I think, of impact fees, but I don't have a
there's like
number on that.
9.2 million of bonds.
sounds
I think,
9.2 of bonds.
10 million.
9.2 of bonds, 25 mil of raise, and some number of Tucson Depot, which doesn't come to head. Sorry, didn't come to my mind.
Well, what we have programmed in the tip for 23, there's 9,211,000 of PC bonds. For 24, we've got 1,400,000 for Tucson effects.
I just, yeah, and that's probably a good enough number to use for now.
The 25 is listed there. For 25 million. I'll just-
That makes sense if you subtract 9 from 87, 75, which is.
So sounds like there's support for creating new tip IDs for the delayed projects. Is that something we want
Whatever
to
we spent on phase one. Plus
do
the
with this project? Is that,
So this is a candidate for that as well, the west portion of 22nd Street.
okay,
So that's one we're gonna have to look at more carefully because that number indicates a slightly lower number than we thought was still left in the tip. So that's, I'll want to see that a little bit
Okay.
closely.
would the city of Tucson be supportive of a separate tip ID or the delayed phase of the project?
For the future one, it seems like it would be a good plan.
Okay.
And at this point, we didn't give a future projected number for that one because we have no concept of when it would be started or finished.
Okay. Then we would want to change the description once we create a new tip ID for that one to narrow the phases. Okay. Are we ready to move on to the next one? What do we have?
Not really much to discuss there. Let's see, ballot 25. Valencia Cold to Houghton.
That's the city project, right?
Correct.
That is, 32.
In terms of the total project cost, is that accurate? Funding need? And any local funds in the bid capture?
What I'm saying for local funds in 23, there's 4 million of the DICO. And there's 12 million of Tucson. I'm sorry, there's 12,000 for Tucson, and then there's an additional million we broke out separately for.
Catherine, where are you at with Bob on the IGA for the DIPO?
Gone back and forth at least 5 times.
Okay,
I think we're landed on something now.
it's in process still.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
I
Okay,
think we're almost
okay.
There.
So is this cost to complete correct for that, Valencia? Did we say 37.17 million? Is that the actual cost of that project?
Hope to help you. What we're showing as a projected is 39,281. 560, but you know.
560, sorry.
And you mentioned some local funds, when we need to make sure we capture it, so.
I think we have a few numbers. Ingham County was at 4 million, is that right?
Yes.
And we were at 3.5 million of impact fees.
So we've got 1,012,000 in 23. Got just $1 million in 24. And 1,500,000 in 25.
We're just adding across. You get 3.5 of 200.
I believe it's 5906.
We need a total to add to that column, or did you? Are we good to move on? The second, communicate Helm. I'm guessing we need to update the total product cost. column.
32 dollars.
Currently carrying 32,540,703 for the future cost.
There's $1 million of Tucson impact fees in 24, an additional $1 million in 25, and an additional 26, so $3 million total.
Yeah, we seem to have 3 million. of impact fees on it.
I think we're almost done. Everybody who can make it through this. James, you doing okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Same.
Harrison, golf links to Irvington.
Harrison,
38.
That's 138.
currently showing 10,448,560. I don't currently have any outside money associated with that.
Then Elton.
Houghton was divided into,
Houghton does have mini tip IDs.
yeah, which one is this?
So this is 15 or 1615, I believe.
Irvington's 22nd.
Yes, and then there's 2320, but that's the Tinker Broadway segment for the future. It's not included. There's no dollars for a program for that.
Berkeley County monies programmed in 26.
I thought we just covered 22nd Irvington.
Sorry?
They're looking, are you on Houghton now? Houghton,
I
and
thought
if
so.
that's all phases of Houghton on this sheet.
It's all
I don't
phase.
think it's split out by tip
It's
ID.
not? Okay.
Well, Houghton, it's not split by tip ID in that sense, no, right? It's all of the entirety of Houghton, but the only two pieces left are 1615 and 2320. And all the funding you see program is just for 1615.
Okay. Because the
Except
other
for
ones,
that a portion of the impact fees is for that northern portion.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so in terms of the updated total project cost. That is one.
Or 412.
So I'm showing 60,380,000 for the 22nd to Irvington segment.
64,179.
Yeah, inflation adjusted to 64,179. 412. Structure.
Andy, did you guys put all that in a spreadsheet or something like that? Just numbers?
Yes, they shared
You got it, okay.
information with that, so I can share that with you as well.
Okay, we are through the list and Carolyn is our chair, but one thing I do want to ask, kind of going back on something I said, but thinking about FY23 and the federal funds on the city's project. I do think, and the city sounds like you agree that we need to deprogram that. I do think we need a motion to make that official so that we can process it. To the public.
Okay, the one for you, ranking.
Grant UP, the 2.509, I think, to
Yeah,
deprogram those
2.509.
funds.
Yeah.
I think we'd like to request a motion to,
For this fiscal year.
yeah, to deprogram.
All right,
those
I would
funds.
move to move that funding out of, or
Can I ask a question first? Are we giving it a new home in this tip amendment or just leaving it to be programmed at some future date?
Yes, that's correct.
That was not a yes or no question. Are we moving it to another project or leaving it out in the open?
We're leaving it out in the open.
And at what point will we program that? Because another tip amendment will have to happen, and if we can do it in a single action, that makes sense to me. I mean, Sunset is just open bids. We need, if there's 2.6 available, another, let me look at my number real quick. Another 1.45 million for just the county staff and another 1.3 million for the abutment for the county project, but that's in the ADOT portion as it's sliced up. So that's 2.7 million. 780. So I'm just suggesting we could just move it to the Sunset project in
then
one
we've got
action.
2.5, go figure.
It's very close to the right number.
Well, maybe I should. I don't know that we're ready to say that we actually will have 2.59 available to ship. Is that correct, David? I think.
Yeah, that's correct. So if you remember from earlier conversation, we talked about population bands for Grant Railroad. Some 16 million was 2.5 million was programmed. But when you factor in other projects that got STBG in that population band, we were over programmed in that funding. I just can't help seeing population band.
You're
Sorry.
1.8 over.
Yeah, so we're going to be over. So when we release the 2.5 million, the amount of usable to make sure we don't go over is going to be something closer to 1.3, 1.4. But we also have some leftover highway improvement program, about 700,000, which can also be used. So we're looking at around $2 million that we would likely have available for this fiscal year.
When will we know? I mean, does it make more sense to do these piecemeal or as one consolidated tip amendment?
I think ideally, yes, it would be nice to do it all at once. The only constraint that I have had, I think we got the new federal ledger on Wednesday. Almost everyone in this building was gone already on vacation. So I just haven't had time to like pen down a firm, here's what it is, number, and work with ADOT to verify that. So I just need a little bit more time in order to get that pinned down. I think we'll be
When's the
good to
next
go.
TPC? Maybe that's something you guys could do at the TPC.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah,
Can it go on TPC instead of, it seems like an odd action with the
Well,
type of
this
tentative
body
movement we've
also,
done
I don't
here.
know how that would play into an official action to have a move at this body.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to. It's a recommendation.
Got it, yeah. That's. I mean, certainly recommend that because it's not, being expended on that project this fiscal year.
It's already authorized. I mean, we met with ADOT yesterday to talk about what the numbers are. We met with them last week. I mean, this is something we actively need to figure out as soon as possible.
Well, if we're not prepared to find a home for the funds today, and we do have a TPC meeting coming up, perhaps that's when we solidify this. Is that what I'm hearing? Maybe.
I'm hearing that PAG staff is not comfortable moving the funds from the STP from one project to another right now, because there's some uncertainty with obligation authority. I'm not sure that I hear it from the committee, to be clear. But the rest of the committee can say if I heard otherwise, because Robin and I said we were comfortable. Haven't heard from the rest of the committee.
Right.
One both RTA projects.
They're both RTA projects. One of them needs funding, the other one can't expend it.
And staying, the extra funding staying within RTA projects, right?
If I may, so what I think we can do, provided that Jamie agrees as well as this committee, we have federal funds this year, and because they're federal, we can't roll them over. So we do need to find them on a project that is ready. So I think we can probably recommend what project that would be. But what I can't do is give you a specific dollar amount. I can work and develop that. So I can't tell you if it's going to be 2.5 versus 1.9. But I think that's kind of the constraint on my end as a lowly PAG employee.
So what I'm hearing from the group is that the city has they're agreed that we're going to deprogram the money is in 23 on the railroad project. We know that's available. Everybody is shaking their heads happily. And we hear that Catherine's project could probably be the sending or the receiving project of that funding. We could make a possible recommendation on that today to move forward, and then the dollar amounts will be solidified and something that we could move forward in that sense.
I mean, we don't need to be specific about the amounts. I think that would be acceptable for PAG staff.
I agree with that.
Yep. I like finding a home for it.
Yes, I think the goal is to always keep the money in the region, and it's nice to hear people wanting to do that during this meeting.
If I just have a question, I'm fully supportive of it, but are there any other projects that are federalized that have a need?
So in the process that great question. So because it's federal money, or the STBD needs to be placed on a certain type of project, the Sunset project is the only one that is able to take that funding in this fiscal year.
Want to stipulate that this isn't a shortfall. It's construction hasn't started. The bids came in a little higher than we anticipated. That's the reason.
Yeah, this is just bid adjustments.
Strictly bid adjustments.
Yep.
Which firewall did it go in? All being over 15, 11%.
On a project that like every 3 months, a different engineer's estimate was coming in, each time about 15% higher. So
Yeah,
it wasn't like an old estimate. It was
the challenge.
We've all
well,
suffered it recently.
Prices go up 40%. So it's just, no, tremendous.
Well, obviously there are needs. I'm concerned about balancing federal funds on PAG's ledger. We already, I think we talked about the fact that we're over programmed in 24, 25, and 26. And we're going to need to reduce funds in projects, including ADOT's project perhaps. So I guess I just want to manage expectations that the funding, you know, I don't believe we have $2.5 million to then reprogram on sunset. Basically. So we can come back and we can talk about what that would really be and have further conversations, but I don't want to have everyone leave the room thinking that the 2.5 is actually all of that's going to another project.
Sure. I think as Carolyn had stated it, I would make that motion.
Okay.
The way she had stated it, which was the money that needs to come off of the Grant Road projects will move towards the Sunset projects after those dollars have been evaluated.
Would you like to, I believe you can make that
I think
motion?
I just made that motion.
Yes, okay.
That was my
Is
intent in
there-
restating what you said with motion in front.
Is
So
there-
moves.
That's second. There a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, can I get a roll call vote, please? Sylvia?
I.
Aye.
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 Wonder, can I get a confirmation if they're still with us? Someone see that?
Yes.
Looking to see if we still have members online. No, as long as they're there, we still have quorum. I think the motion passes. Just wanted to confirm. Yeah. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay.
Well, I think might be a good time. Personally, I think that we've accomplished a lot today with this. There's a lot of work to do by staff to then look at, you know, compare this with the TIP database, make some adjustments, and share this information here and follow up. So it's been a long day. We can continue, but I would turn it over to you, Carolyn, to see what you think we should do. We should try to continue to have conversation, or I think we're at a good stopping. That'd be my recommendation, is to come back and have conversations just to clean this up, to talk about programming.
If I may, can we just kind of go over what we think the next steps are and any potential action items, deliverables, so we make sure we continue to progress forward? I heard distributing that spreadsheet with the request for us to fill out our local funds, the years we actually think we need to spend it. That would get us kind of a head start to doing fiscal constraints. Perhaps check that top table that has the revenue projections to see that they're in alignment with our provisional revenue projections. And then we had the policy questions that we outlined that are holding us back from moving forward with potentially doing anything with 27, 28. That's what I recall.
I heard follow up about SDBG.
Yes, the SDBG, thanks. That was this morning, so long ago. Updated table from whatever page that is in the tip, so we can kind of maybe take it from provisional to actual approval of revenues.
For this next meeting, I think it would be helpful to show what we still have left to program in any given fiscal year in all the different categories against the projects, because we've given you the timing when we think these are going to happen. And if you could put one together that shows what's available against which projects, and then if this body when this body meets again, we can determine better what the priorities are for the region, right? Instead of, because you have a sense of what the priorities are, but if you could get that ball rolling based upon the spreadsheet we updated for you, then we could come back with anything that we thought and work the two together a little bit that way. If you send that spreadsheet to each individual jurisdiction, I'm sure we'll each find a way to spend all of the money ourselves, but that notwithstanding.
Good.
Were you looking for staff to make some adjustments?
I was asking for RTA staff to start making some adjustments based upon the cost to complete, but we would also be doing the same exercise so that when we come to this meeting, we can discuss where we each got to those, as a group. And then we'll move money as we just did with the 2.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of envisioning, as you described, that the old spreadsheet that had tabs, so you could have what it is now, you had a series of where you want to move it, so you could kind of track what action and work we're doing, and then at the bottom it tallies out your constraints. So we start to make progress towards actually having a tip, a fiscally constrained tip. It might be possible on this spreadsheet. I just am not familiar enough with it.
Thank you.
Do we have a date that we anticipate meeting again?
No, so we'll send out an update shortly. We'll need to go back and I think we're TPC's set. A couple other meetings are set for this month. So it's busy for everybody. I want to acknowledge your time and thank everyone for today. Any do we have an idea of when we'll be able to share anything out on dates? Probably next week.
Yeah, I think we'll just take it one step at a time and may get some direction from regional council at the next meeting as well. So that might inform timing. So please stay tuned. Thank you for your understanding and flexibility. I know this is a very different process. Many thanks to all of you for your time. You gave a whole day practically for this.
Yeah,
it's been very helpful. It's appreciated.
Okay, with that, we go to move to adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you.